Am I late? Am I late? Is it too late? Shoot, did we miss it? No, we're good. Welcome back to Taylosive EV live on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I was trying to sneak in lunch before my tech video, which I just finished, and this EV stream. But I knew the shareholder deck doesn't drop. We're locked in. The shareholder deck doesn't drop until 1 o'clock, so we got a couple minutes, but I felt like there was probably going to be enough to talk about in the beginning anyway. It's been a while since I've been live. Good to hear from you. Hey, Ethan, lunch was good. Estimating good record results, but stock will go down on bad Wall Street expectations. That's probably a good prediction, Rock. Keep in mind, Q1 was when we saw the most amount of price drops possibly ever in Tesla's history. I think Model Y price dropped by like 25%. So I think the biggest number that a lot of people are debating, especially in the Twitter community, there's a lot of discussion about Tesla should advertise or not. I don't know. We might talk about it during this live stream, but I have a lot of firm thoughts on it. So firm that I think I want to do a video, but I'm not sure. Maybe based on how interesting the shareholder deck is, there might be some video-worthy stuff to discuss. So I have the previous... Where is it here? I have the previous shareholder deck here. This is not the new one, just so we're clear. But the number you're looking for, I guess that a lot of people are looking for at least, is automotive gross margin. So obviously a few quarters ago it was up over 30%, and then they've been working their way down with the price cuts. So Q1 of 2023, we should see a pretty big drop. A lot of people are estimating it to be under 20%. I think there might still be a chance it's over 20%, but maybe I'm just too bullish. Either way, I don't think Tesla needs to advertise, but if someone disagrees with me, I'd love to fight you on that because I feel very passionate about it. If Drew shows up late 15 minutes, you can leave class. That's true. Yeah, and you had my stream up on another window. It scared you. Sitting here watching thing while waiting for a tow truck to get my Tesla because the battery ain't working no more. No! Oh, no. I'm sorry, Jacob. That sucks. Which battery? The 12 volt or the high voltage battery? Which Tesla do you have? I forget. Energy part of Tesla is growing rapidly. That's true. They've also allowed people to order power walls independently, and I think the margins on energy could be huge considering they require much smaller battery capacity. They don't need as many cells as the cars do, but they still charge the power walls like almost $10,000 for 13 kilowatt hours. And same thing with Megapack. There's essentially infinite demand for Megapack. There's so many utility providers buying them. There's still a huge wait time. I believe the prices have gone up on Megapack. So yeah, I'm still hopeful, even though I think that the Tesla margin game might not look as good as it did a couple of years ago. And that's probably going to mess, like you said, with Wall Street expectations. But I'm a long-term investor. I believe in the future of the company. I'm not so much about the present or making it look good in the short term. I care more about long-term gains. Tesla is still a 90% car company. If margins lower is okay as long as revenue grows significantly. Well, that's the thing is, yeah, they've delivered more cars in the past quarter than they've ever delivered before. So even if the gross margin is lower, it shouldn't ultimately matter all that much because you're selling more cars per. So yeah, if you're the type of person that believes Tesla was going to achieve like 10 million, 20 million cars sold a year, there was no way they were going to maintain 30% margin. The high voltage battery has a fault according to the service menu. Now the 12 volt is dead too, so wish me luck. It's a Model 3 with only 48,000 miles. Yikes. Yeah, well, you're definitely under warranty. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there an LFP Model Y? Thank you for your videos. Yes, just not in the United States. I believe they have one in Europe and they have one in Asia. You can even get it imported in Australia. But yeah, there's no LFP Model Y available in the US, but we did get some massive price drops. Oh my God. I can't believe we didn't talk about this yet. I've had a busy morning. I was catching up with friends and also working on the other YouTube channel that I run. There's too much stuff going on. But oh my God, the Model Y price dropped across the board $3,000 last night. So the all-wheel drive 4680 Model Y is becoming probably their best seller nearly at this point. Like, sure, the long range is cool, but you can, with the federal tax credit, the all-wheel drive Model Y is now under $40K. That's amazing. Like, that's great. I was so happy to see that. I love these cars. I think they're fun, and they're not perfect, of course, like Jacob was saying. I'm sad to hear about his high voltage battery problems, but still, I just think that they're they're so minimal, they're so clean, they're so futuristic, not having a key fob, not having gas to worry about, and just plugging in at superchargers, and how intuitive they are, and how great the supercharger network is. It's so plentiful, sorry. And I love them, and I love that the price is dropping, because that means more people can get them, more people can afford them. And I want more people to be able to afford them. I've talked to so many people that are getting closer and closer to their dream cars every time they cut prices like this. So Jackson says, just bought my first few shares of Tesla's my first investment. Anything I should look out for? Yeah, short-term drops. That's what Tesla is still a very risky, volatile stock, because there's a lot of kind of politics attached to it. If anytime Elon feels like buying a company, that usually results in a huge sell-off. So my advice to you is not to look out for anything in particular. I would just hold. I would kind of forget that you bought the stock. Don't look at the short-term price fluctuations, because it will probably go down. Sometimes it'll go up, but typically after big announcements or events or earnings calls, it tends not to spike up. So especially today, with the gross margin likely taking a decline because of the price drops, again, I think that'll not hurt anything, because they're selling more cars and the energy business is growing. But I think Wall Street expectations are probably out of whack, and that will result in the stock probably going down. You can't make short-term stock price predictions. No one can. I mean, you can make them, but they won't be accurate. And I personally just predict that I think that the stock is just going to continue doing this for the next year or two, going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Don't try to time the market. I'm all in favor of time in the market, not timing the market. I think there's a big difference. More price cuts than a closing soon blockbuster. Yes, exactly, Mike. The price drops on the Model Y and 3. I think Elon is earnestly addressing the need to address affordability, which is the limiting factor to owning a Tesla for most. I happen to agree with that. See, this is the problem. All you guys agree with me too much. Okay, the shareholder deck should drop any second. I'm refreshing right now. Maybe I need to try it in Chrome. Sometimes these things show up faster in Chrome. I'm usually kind of a Safari guy, but yep. Okay, here it is. It's time. Let's go. Let's see the numbers, folks. Let's open it up. 2023 update. Highlights. 11.4% operating margin. Okay. Free cash flow of 0.4. Yeah, okay. Total GAAP gross margin. Is it total automotive? Interesting. Number in millions. I don't see automotive gross margin. They just have total gross profit. That's good. Still, 19.3%. It's a little bit below 20, but still, it's not absurdly low in my view. Okay, let me read over the Cybertruck factory tooling on track, producing alpha versions. Good. Model Y was the best-selling vehicle in Europe in Q1, best-selling vehicle in the US in Q1, excluding pickup trucks. Operating cash flow of $2.5 billion. That's good. At $2.5 billion GAAP net income. Sweet. Okay, I'm sorry. Now that I've seen some of the financials, I'm more interested. Cost of our operating income decreased, resulting in 11.4% operating margin. Operating income was primarily growth in vehicle deliveries, gross profit. Oh my God, people are driving into my driveway for some reason. Hello, this is my house. I live here. Okay, Cybertruck. I gotta look at the pictures next. I want to see if they got. Whoa. Where's the Tesla operating system? Whoa, there it is. Look at that. The Cybertruck pilot line. Okay, they're leaking their own pictures now. Nice. We got Cybertruck photos. Cool. Oh, wow. It's like all Cybertruck pictures. This is great. Whoa, winter testing. Nice. Good. Oh, and Megapack, of course. And 4680 cell production. That's so great. I'm so happy that they posted some Cybertruck shots. Okay. That is beautiful. Let me just take this in for a second, okay? I'm going to pull the chat up on my phone so I can see what you guys are saying, because I can't right now because I got the whole screen. Look at that shot. That is That is just beautiful. And this is the inside casting area. Wow. Doesn't look as familiar as the EV section. That's awesome. Okay, let me open this up here. It's so beautiful. Would you say buy Model 3 now? Wait for the refresh. That depends on the situation I'm in. The funny thing is someone I know just bought a Tesla the same day and I had to reassure him that it will be fine. With these price cuts in the long run, margins would still be pretty significant. As a huge lot of folks desire Tesla, they will always have demand on their side. I agree. I still know a ton of people that want to buy these things. Okay, I think we have people on my street with, I think they're fixing potholes or something. I don't know. But hopefully you guys don't hear the noise. All right. It's just so cool to see them showcasing the Pilot line, though. Is that armored glass, or do you think that's regular glass? Oh, that looks so good. Awesome. So it seems like they're kind of doubling down on with the numbers that they're reporting. On track to begin production later this year. We continue to take progress on our next generation platform. So they're not saying middle of this year. I don't know if that matters to you guys, but let's see. Producing electric vehicles profitably is a challenging endeavor. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Nicholas. He says, what does alpha model means? It's typically before beta. So it means that they're building prototypes right now. There will be beta prototypes later. And then after beta, usually you have, well, at least in the case of Aptera, you have gamma and then delta. Delta's production. So I guess they're just trying to say that the pictures they're showing are not final designs. Robotaxi and others has a whole other meaning after Master Plan Part 3 was, I guess so. It requires rethinking how our vehicles are designed and produced from the ground up. Our cost journey is nowhere near finished, which is why we recently announced transition to 48-volt architecture for vehicle electronics, starting with Cybertruck, higher penetration of in-house design controllers, cheaper, more scalable drive units, and further innovations. Yeah, okay. We're kind of repeating a lot of, what was it? Investor Day. Those pictures are cool. Model Y was the best-selling non-pickup vehicle in the U.S. We showcased 4680 cell production at our March 23rd Investor Day. Production rate continued to improve sequentially. Equipment installation for Cybertruck production at Giga Texas continued in Q1 and remains on track. The way I'm reading this, I don't think we're going to get Cybertruck deliveries this summer. If we're still in the tooling stage and it's mid-April. It's technically we're past mid-April. Oh my God. I wish I could show you right now. There's like 5 giant trucks that have pulled into my driveway. No one told me they were coming, by the way. But they have this like pothole patch equipment. Our road sucks. And they're making all this noise. I hope that's not coming up on camera. Wish Michigan would fix our potholes. We have to drive. I've never seen this before, but there's just a ton of trucks making a ton of noise right now. Thank you for the super chat, Nicholas, though. It does look good in the snow. Alpha says EVs do need to come down in price, but the tax incentives shouldn't be assisting with the sales. Instead, they should assist with building the charging infrastructure. Well, I think they are, as long as the chargers are open to all EVs. But let's take a look deeper into this. We got Model Y is at Model Y in Berlin over 350,000. That's good. Shanghai over 750,000. Yeah, Robotaxi and others. Oh, that poor Roadster. Still in TBT. And they don't want to talk about the numbers of the Semi, probably because it's very low. Ongoing ramps at our factories. We remain committed to reducing the percentage of vehicles delivered in the third month and smoothing deliveries throughout the quarter, which will help to reduce cost per vehicle. Supercharger connectors. Wow, they passed 45,000 connectors. Almost 5,000 supercharger stations. That's impressive. Dang. Let's see. I can only hear the backup beeping. Jeez, they're picking up so much dust and dirt everywhere. I wish they would have told me they were coming. Maybe I wouldn't have live streamed out here. But you'll definitely hear it if I roll down the window. I guess we just won't do that. But wow. Free cash flow. Dang. It is a bit of it is quite the decline from Q1 of 2022, I'm sure. some people are going to be upset by this. Nevada getting shortchanged in this day. They're still working to expand to get the proper production line built. I know. I don't care if the numbers are low personally. I would still like to see the numbers for the Tesla Semi capacity. But I know that they're probably just not saying it because it's probably just an incredibly low number and it would look bad. I'm just so happy they finally gave us Cybertruck pilot line pictures. Took forever. Energy storage deployments. Wow, look how high it went. That's amazing. Way, way higher than last quarter, that's for sure. It's probably because they've caught up on demand. They have more cells available now for energy deployments. That's good. Energy storage deployments, wow. Solar deployments increased 40% year over year, but declined sequentially in the quarter, predominantly due to volatile weather. Oh, yeah, there was a lot of crazy weather, especially in California. I love that Cybertruck is like the front line on the product section. We continue to execute on innovations to reduce the costs over time. We execute our hardware-related profits to be accompanied with an acceleration of software-related profits. We continue to believe that our operating margin will remain among the highest in the industry. That's true. They're almost 20%. No one's really close to that. Ford is like deep into they're at like negative 50% with their EVs. Operating expenses went down quarter over quarter. That's good. But yeah, the operating margin is 11% versus 16% last quarter. Lowest it's been in recent history, but still decent. The chart makes it seem like the robotaxi will be its own model. Well, that makes sense to me. If you're designing a vehicle that doesn't need to be driven, that doesn't have a steering wheel or pedals, there's all kinds of other. You don't need mirrors. You don't need. I mean, you probably need wipers for the cameras, but not the same. You probably wouldn't put on a vehicle that can drive itself. You probably wouldn't put the same wiper blades that you put that wipe the whole windshield. You would just need wipers to wipe off a few camera sensors. Or maybe you can position them in a way that it's not that important. There's all kinds of things you would design differently. You wouldn't need a big center display. You could probably mostly control it all from your phone to do the basic stuff like, I guess you could just have buttons to open the trunk or open the frunk. Do you have a frunk if it's a robotaxi? When will they have enough cells to bring back the long-range Model 3? I think they've got something in the works. There's something fishy going around with the Model 3 right now. They've got the long-range rear-wheel drive making a comeback just for the UK fleet buyers. There was talk about the lithium iron manganese phosphate launching this year. And obviously they don't let you order the long-range Model 3 all-wheel drive, so that definitely makes me think, okay, is it ever coming back? And especially after seeing the Project Highland leak of the photo of the updated headlights and stuff, I think it's very likely that these most recent round of price cuts isn't so much about, we're demand constrained or we need to sell more Model 3s. It's more just, we have a new Model 3 in the works that we're planning to launch, but we need to sell out completely of all of our existing Model 3 inventory before we can launch the new one. That's typically what Tesla does. If you have a bunch of old-fashioned Model 3s, like pre-Highland refresh, and then you drop the refresh, no one's going to want to buy those old ones. So you're going to have to probably shut down the assembly line for a while and then wait until all the inventory has been bought out. At least that's my guess. What's the advantage of manganese chemistry? Basically, it just mixes in a bit of manganese with the cathode. That's a insanely gross oversimplification. If you want to know more about how the chemistries work and how batteries fundamentally are designed, please watch Jordan from The Limiting Factor. He's more of the expert than I am. But all I can tell you is the outcome. This is not a rumor. This is not a leak or anything. This is a report that CATL gave, who is Tesla's primary, I believe, only LFP manufacturer. That's the battery pack in my car as we speak. So this is, again, not a fake like leak or news story or something. CATL made a statement that lithium iron manganese phosphate would allow for higher energy density, which is pretty much the one and only downside of LFP battery packs. So most Tesla vehicles have nickel manganese cobalt cathodes. and that results in the higher energy density. That's why most vehicles other than mine have longer range, because of that energy density without much weight penalty. LFP, though, has a higher cycle life, so it lasts longer. You can charge it to 100% regularly. They're safer. They're less prone to combustion. There's all kinds of benefits with LFP other than they are less energy dense, which means that they weigh more, and you can't get as much range out of them because of that weight. Or if you want an 80 kilowatt hour LFP battery pack, it's going to weigh or physically take up more space than what a 2170 pack would take up. But if you can find a way to get rid of the nickel, the cobalt, but still have that high energy density, that's theoretically what the lithium iron manganese phosphate. I'm not sure exactly if what I'm still not completely clear on is if adding manganese to the chemistry results in the cycle life being worse, which is totally a possibility. If it's more energy dense, it may be less likely to age as good as LFP battery pack that doesn't have manganese. But Cybertruck in Siberia. What is your formal education? Just curious. Basically none. I dropped out of college. Q1 a miss. New stock buyers. Welcome to the Tesla roller coaster. Yeah. I guess we should probably check Twitter's reaction, because I'm guessing it's not good seeing those margins take the hit. Let me pull it up. I want to see what people are saying. Yeah, but yeah, Omar's bringing up good points. At least Tesla has 22 billion in cash. Let's go following. I want not for you. Both revenue and gross profit from services and other reached all-time high. Production later this year. Sawyer's just kind of posting the recaps. A lot of FSD beta miles. Great. 3,889 megawatt hours of megapacks. Wow. That's a pretty big grow. Earnings per share 85 cents adjusted versus 85 cents expected according to the average analyst. 23.33 billion versus 23.21 billion expected. Yeah, it's too close. If you don't drastically exceed expectations. Meets expectations, impresses with gross margin. Yeah. Ew. I don't need that. Q1 earnings. Custom two-color. What are they doing? Is this the color match? The yellow Model Y. I don't really see this as much of a miss. It feels like they pretty much did as well as Wall Street has expected, but you know, they're hard to please, so because it wasn't amazing, it's probably gonna result in a lot of people being upset. I just can't be upset when the production line pictures are in here. They look so nice. Let me go back so you guys we can admire them together. Here we go. Wow. It's a big side panel. So that leaked photo definitely looked like it was a part of this. That's probably where the cameras are attached. We got some more wiring here. That probably goes to the 220 volt outlets in the back. I wonder where I would love to get Sandy Monroe's thoughts on these pictures. This is kind of showing us a lot. I wonder where the 48 volt battery is. Are they going to keep it here? Or Corey was suggesting they move it down to be closer to the high voltage battery pack. It would be harder to service, but their theory, I think, is with the lithium ion 48 volt pack, they wouldn't need to basically replace it ever for the life of the car. So that's cool. Hopefully that's the case. And then he's just kind of measuring here. It's awesome to see it it's all coming together. Is that the 9,000 ton gigapress? I think it is. Wow. But they don't want to give us the crash footage that they teased at April Fool's, don't they? Come on. Give us the crash footage, Tesla. But that is beautiful. Where is this? Don't they have a winter testing facility in Alaska, I think? Maybe this is in Alaska? It's got the new mirrors. Is that rear wheel steering in action? Yeah. You should double check the website just to make sure. They didn't update anything without telling us, right? Yeah, these pictures look the same. I wonder if they added that picture in the earnings part. Where is it? Tesla.com/press. Gallery. Wanted to see. Ooh, there's some new ultra red pictures though. Whoa, I didn't see that one. I need to download that. New Model 3 shot. Ooh, and new Model X shot. I think that's the only new one. They just wanted to show off ultra red. As they should. Ultra red is beautiful. Not much difference here. Just bought. Yeah. Okay, I was hoping they were going to add that picture they took. It's just the first time Tesla in a while has given us like an official, not random Elon tweet photo of the Cybertruck. These have been the same pictures for like 4 years now. So that's why I'm just so excited by this. Yeah, I want to see how it handles in the winter. Yeah, that turning radius is looking good though. I like that. But then, yeah, mega pack expansion. It is kind of impressive. It is kind of impressive that they've gotten 4680s to the amount that they can offer the Model Y all-wheel drive, and they're also lowering the prices on it. So it's just selling probably very, very well now that you can save a good couple grand on that trim. So that means 4680s should be ramping. I personally think that the 4680s they're putting in the Model Y right now are going to be the same type of 4680s they put in the Cybertruck, at least if they're ramping up this tooling line right now. I don't see how or why they would have some different version of the 4680 with way better energy density, but you don't put that in the Model Y. For some reason, you put that in the Cybertruck. I mean, that would be cool if it's true, but I just have a hard time believing it. So, in line. Wow, Wall Street actually got it right. How often does that happen? Really? Let's see. I would like to know how tall the guy carrying the canister is next to the Alpha Cybertruck to being that the lowest ride height. Yeah, that would be pretty gnarly. Let's see. Yeah, goosebumps. I like the goosebumps for the Cybertruck picture. Yeah, I feel like Tesla stock went down a decent amount after hours. Yeah, I guess I'm right. Hate to say it, but most of the time I do not see Tesla stock make big movement in the green whenever they announce something. When they announced the Cybertruck, the stock tanked. When they had Battery Day, I think the stock also went down, or it didn't go gangbusters. Usually, it's pretty rare that Tesla stock ever just takes off for any reason, but it will slowly climb over time. Usually, the last time I can remember Tesla stock jumping more than 10% was when Hertz announced that they were ordering a bunch of Teslas. That was it, which is like, didn't really even mean anything. It just meant that there's demand for Tesla's vehicles, which is not like a huge deal. I think everybody kind of knew there was demand for Tesla's vehicles, and at least at that time, Hertz placed a big order when Tesla already had a long wait time. So, yeah, to me, like, the market always reacts emotionally and doesn't really base their buying and selling on any sort of logic. So that's why I don't really care what it does. I don't look at the stock market regularly. I'm more of just the buy and the hold for the long term type guy. But yeah, what are we doing right now? Basically, we're reacting to the earnings report, and I got the gist of it. There's little details I could read into, but I think the gist is they did about as well as Wall Street was expecting them to with the price cuts. The free cash flow here, this is probably a good way to summarize it for those just tuning in now. So yeah, vehicle deliveries all-time high, free cash flow bit down on the decline now because of those eating into margins, but they still have like well over $20 billion in cash, so I'm not really concerned about it. And they're growing their energy business, their services business, making more money through subscriptions, and from solar deployments, which went up. Operating margin still, yeah, this is a good chart that kind of summarizes it. Tesla still vastly outperforms the vast majority of the auto industry. They used to be way down here. They were in the negative, but now they're still quite a bit quite a bit higher. But I think as we go into more recession area, there's just less people kind of buying expensive cars in general. But I'm in favor of this. I think it's kind of upsetting personally how many investors out there are so focused on just the margin, and they've completely neglected the mission. The mission of Tesla is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. And while I don't agree with Elon on a lot of things, and I don't believe in robotaxis being a thing, and I don't think that, I don't think, but I don't think buying Twitter was necessarily a great idea. But I mean, for Elon, it was probably good for Twitter. But there's all kinds of issue, removing the sonar and that kind of thing, or removing the mobile connector from the purchase, that kind of thing. There's a lot of things Tesla does that I don't like, but that's one thing that I still very much agree with Elon on, and I'm very happy that they're doing, is that their focus is more on, if we have to make the choice between sell less cars with higher margin or sell more cars with less margin, they're going to sell more cars with less margin. Like, Tesla's goal is to basically just be the McDonald's of EVs. Just undercut everybody if you have to. In this type of recessionary environment, the companies that are going to win are the ones that have the most cash on hand, so they're prepared for the worst, and the ones that have the most margin to work with as they lower prices to try to increase the addressable market. That's the company I prefer, rather than the company that's like, okay, we're just not going to sell as much, and we're going to spend money on advertising to convince more people to spend more money. No, I'm in favor of the company that's like, let's not try to play the stupid advertising game, especially in the automotive space with cars that cost well over $30,000. Advertising has a very, very low conversion rate. Basically, like, the number of automotive ads you have to run to convince someone to buy your product. It's not like advertising Doritos or advertising an iPhone, something small, but advertising something big and expensive like that. I don't think, I think it's stupid to act like there's a bunch of people that just don't know Tesla exists, or just don't know what the price of a Tesla is. And if they're not willing to take the 2 seconds to look at Tesla.com or see Teslas driving around everywhere, becoming, as Tesla themselves just said, Model Y was the best-selling vehicle in the United States outside of pickup trucks, best-selling car, period, in Europe. If you can't handle... If you can't see that, then why do you think an advertisement's going to change anything, I don't get it. What's your best guess as to when we'll hear news of the Model 3 refresh? Well, if we're just basing it off of the Reuters report, Reuters said that it would come to China first in the third quarter. So my guess is we wouldn't get it in the United States until Q1 of next year. That, I know people like to say Tesla doesn't do model year refreshes, but they kind of do. I mean, it sounds like they don't, but I feel like they do a lot of minor refreshes throughout the year, but whenever they do something pretty major, they tend to start it fairly early. Like the Plaid Model S and X refresh with the yokes and the new displays and everything, that started in January. So I get the feeling we'll probably get a Model 3 refresh in January of 2024. That's my bet. Well, I'm not betting on it, but Antonio says, found your videos when I saw you receive your Model 3. Any word on Project Highland during this report? Okay, Tesla will never call it Project Highland. That is a Reuters report. It's an internal code name, so there would be absolutely 0 point of Tesla acknowledging it. No, Tesla, when they do announce it, they're just going to say this is the new Model 3. They're not going to say this is the Highland refresh. That's an internal code name that leaked out through Reuters, that based on the photos that have been sent around and the manufacturer plates on the covered vehicles, it seems very likely that it is going to happen. It feels kind of like an open secret, and that's likely affecting present day sales, which is pushing the sales price down, but that's a short-term thing, so I don't think Tesla's not in major danger. The Model 3 is such a small portion of their overall sales. It wasn't that profitable anyway. Do I think the Model Y will get a different face or same face as New 3? What is it called? There's another code name for it. Jupiter or something. I believe there's a plan I've heard referenced for them to eventually bring a lot of the Model 3 updates to the Model Y. But my guess is that's going to be a lot harder, a lot more complicated, probably take a lot longer to roll out because the Model Y is being built at much higher scale. They're building it at Fremont, they're building it at Texas, they're building it in Europe and in Shanghai. So it's not as easy to kind of switch. Model 3 update, just 2 factories, Shanghai and Fremont. That's it. There's 4 factories building the Model Y, and they're all building them at much higher volume than the Model 3 is being built. And also the Model 3 hasn't really been touched very much. It's been kind of just left there since they launched it in 2017. And there's been little updates, but nothing really huge for it. So I think it's in need of love and attention and a good update, but I think that'll probably come with some battery pack changes, maybe even some battery chemistry changes, like the manganese phosphate type deal. And it might not, we might not get like that dual motor long range Model 3 back again, possibly. They do look very similar, I agree, but Tesla, I remember Elon acknowledging that they regret shutting down the Model X line to update it with the yoke and everything because there was still a backlog on the Model X. But for the sake of consistency, they shut down the Model X and S line so that they could update them at the same time. But Elon said in hindsight that just made the wait time insane. Like there was a good chunk of 2021 and I think even some of 2022 where the wait time on the Model X was like 15, 18 months. It was crazy long. And there were people that they had to honor their legacy pricing because they had their orders in before the refresh. So they probably lost more money than they needed to on those models. So I just think that if you update one, you kind of have to update all of them. So it's going to be fairly complicated, in my opinion, to refresh the Model Y design when right now Berlin, Shanghai to a certain extent, and definitely Texas are all focused on ramping up Model Y, so they probably don't want to complicate it with more design changes and that kind of thing. I do not think the Model Y will be getting a refresh look anytime soon. Model 3, on the other hand, has been around much longer and duly is in need of a refresh, to be honest. I don't know what duly is, but I don't think it necessarily needs it. It would be nice. I don't complain about refreshes if just to spice things up a bit, but I think personally, my guess is that the Project Highland refresh is going to simplify more. Like, let's get the picture up here so you guys know what we're all talking about. I did a video on this already, but in case you haven't watched it. So what's funny enough is there's still some people on Twitter that don't think Project Highland is a thing. Here's why we're pretty dang certain we know that Project Highland is a thing. So there's been these sightings. These covered Teslas have, see that MFG there? That means it's a manufacturer plate. This is not a customer-owned vehicle. It's owned by the manufacturer, and they're testing out a prototype, essentially, is what that means. And we've seen these for a while. There's white ones, there's black ones, there's red ones. But they essentially line up. The headlight design lines up with this photo. But what we've learned from... You guys can see this, right? Yeah. What we've learned from this photo, you can see here, this repeater camera has this little indentation, probably because it's hardware 4. The cameras are a little bit wider field of view. I don't think that's a big deal, but I guess if you want newer hardware or whatever, this one has a new camera on the side. But you can see in this photo that little indentation is the same indentation here. This is not how current Model 3s are designed, even though it has everything else is the same. The door handle, the mirrors, the doors. The wheels are a little different as well, but that indentation that goes into the door is not a thing on current Model 3s. Here's a good example. There's the regular one. Indentation does not extend to the door. Personally, I know that probably helps with visibility for that camera, but I don't like that because this is another point for quality control to get wrong. Which makes me kind of nervous. Now, if they mount the door improperly, you're going to see a misalignment here, whereas I guess you can already see it here, but, well, hopefully Tesla just has better quality control, right? But the other design change here is you don't see the fog lights anymore. So my guess is that Highland has a lot to do with refreshing the look, but also making it cheaper, making it simpler. So we've talked in the past, like, what is Tesla going to remove next? They removed the ultrasonic sensors. They removed the passenger lumbar supports. They removed the mobile connector. They removed things. I think it's the air intakes on the bottom that are currently on. Where's a recent Model 3? Someone have one here? These things. These are like the little air intakes on the bottom, the gills, as some people call them. That's what my car here, there's little fog lamps down there. They're probably just realizing they're not that useful or not that beneficial, or they don't think they're that important. So if they take that out, simplify this whole front bumper design, they could probably reduce some cost. Maybe it's a bit more aerodynamic. It feels like the swoop goes down a bit more. So this is cool, but I think the back half is a little bit of a misconception. It follows the outline of a Roadster more so than a Model 3, whereas if you were to extend this out, I think it would look a bit more Model 3-like than anything, not more Roadster-like. The more I looked at it, the more I realized it's not actually as Roadster-like as people may think it is. Single casting for the Model 3, I'd be shocked if they didn't implement it. Now would definitely be a good time. Sandy Munro interviewed Elon a few years ago and asked why they weren't using single-piece castings on the Model 3, and he basically said that they're so focused on they have to keep selling Model 3 because that was all they had to keep the money flowing. And he said once they ramp up Berlin and once they ramp up Texas with Model Y, that will become the bulk of the revenue for the company, and that would give them time to shut down the Model 3 line and update it. So I feel like this would be the right time to switch the Model 3 to single-piece casting so that, you could drop the weight, better efficiency. That doesn't necessarily mean better range. Keep in mind, it could just mean smaller battery pack needed, and therefore it costs less, so they have more margin to work with, and they can lower prices further. So I'm all in favor of that. I don't think they necessarily need more range than what they already got, but better efficiency with the same range, I think would be cool. So I think that the Highland refresh, personally, I see a lot of people asking about that. I guess that's kind of the talk of the community right now. Should I wait or should I just buy now since the price drops? And I think that I don't think you'll really go wrong with either, to be honest. I think you could buy a Model 3 today with the new lower price and get, I think, we're past the tax credit point. So you'll get a $3,750 federal tax credit in the U.S., which brings it down to what, like $36,000, I guess, before taxes and fees. That's still a great price. I love this car and all of its flaws. I still think it's great. I still think sedans are underrated, but the efficiency is amazing, and I think you'll be happy with it. And there will probably be some great little tweaks if you like the new design. There'll be some great updates with the refreshed Model 3, but I think there's also probably going to be some changes you may not like. They might remove some things that you liked, or there's a decent chance that whenever Tesla does a big refresh, that usually means they get a big surge in orders. And if they know there's a big surge in orders coming, they might increase the price point. So they may update the design, and they may change the interior to be a bit more futuristic or something, but it could end up costing $5,000 or $6,000 more. Who knows? I agree it'll probably take a while before it's carried out to the Model Y. Colin says, I think one of the biggest cost of ownership now is the tires. Less weight might help with that number along with efficiency. A little bit, but usually you need like drastically less weight for it to not to make a noticeable impact. Like switching to single piece castings on the Model 3 would probably save maybe 100, 200 pounds, which, isn't nothing, but it's the difference of like 2 passengers in the car versus 4. It's not going to make like a super noticeable difference on tire wear. Aptera is a different story because Aptera is like under 2,000 pounds versus the Model 3, which is like 4,000 pounds. So it's like a 50% weight difference opposed to like 5% weight difference. Let's see. When it comes out, should I get the Roadster or just wait for a used one when the price drops? I don't. I'm not convinced the Roadster is going to happen at this point. I feel like we got the plaid powertrain in the Model S, and then we got the Roadster look in the Highland refresh. They might just scrap the Roadster at this point. It feels like they keep pushing it. I think the Tesla van will sell very well. It will do well in Europe. I think it'll do well everywhere. Vans are very popular. It would do well internally. It would be kind of nice if Tesla could just start using their own vans, you know, instead of Ford e-Transit vans all the time. Um, how has the global plaid rollout been going? I assume fine. I mean, it's a high-priced vehicle, so it's not going to sell at extreme volume. But um, I don't know. I'm just thinking of the Project Highland design leak right now. Can you visualize a way that you could put these headlights, especially without the front gills anymore? Picture this design on a Model Y. Does that look good to you? I don't know. Maybe it does. But I'm visualizing it, and it looks kind of weird. Honestly, the more I looked at this, there was some renders someone made. Yeah, look at the... I don't know. I'm not... I'm not in love, to be honest. I don't know what it is. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's probably because I'm biased because I have a 2022 Model 3 and I love my car. And by the way, guys, I've driven my Tesla over 2,000 miles in the past 2 weeks. So I've had quite a bit of experience recently with it, and I love it. So I've really gotten used to looking at the old-fashioned Model 3 design over there. But just picturing this feels very, like, empty. I mean, it does look cheaper. It does look easier to manufacture. So as an investor, I'm a fan of this design if it allows them to increase the aerodynamics, increase the efficiency, or it allows them to build more. But I mean, just, I don't know. It looks more natural to me. I don't know. I'm just biased, I'm sure. But I can't visualize that front end design looking right on the Model Y. No, it wouldn't look the exact same on the front. Model Y is just objectively taller. It's like 7 inches taller than the Model 3 with only 2 inches more ground clearance. So it would, like, the Model 3 and Y don't have the same front grille currently. It's a different component, different piece. It's kind of everything stretched out in the different direction. Let's see. It would break my heart if the Roadster is never made, but Elon did say it's meant to be a smackdown to ICE, so maybe it still could be done. Well, if you go back and watch the unveil, their mindset on the Roadster was to show that an electric car could do everything better than a gas car. And I feel like they've kind of accomplished that mission. They talk a lot about that same thing. If you go back and watch the Roadster unveil, a lot of the ethos, a lot of the reasoning behind that Roadster is the exact same discussion, the exact same talking points that Elon made at the Plaid Model S delivery event, where they said, like, the point of the Plaid Model S is to show that electric cars are better than all gas cars, great range, great performance, better for performance than any... There are some cars faster than the Plaid, but they're electric, so it doesn't really... And also, it's not really important anymore. Like, when you're selling millions of cars per year, I don't think having a high-end sports car that's faster than some other high-end sports car somehow convinces more people that electric is the future. Like, I feel like the job of the Roadster has been accomplished by the Plaid Model S. And honestly, the Plaid Model S is probably a way more practical. When they unveiled the Roadster, all they promised was 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds, over 250 miles per hour, but that's pretty niche of a market. They did just get the Plaid Model S to 200 miles per hour. How many people out there drive their Teslas at 200 miles per hour and go, yeah, it could be better, though? It's like, how hard does Tesla want to flex in the performance world? I guess they could flex more, but it's not, in my view, like, it doesn't really support the mission that much. Neither does the robot, but I'm also not a fan of the bot. I don't think they should be wasting time on that, or hopefully not spending too much time on it in the first place, but... I'm very curious about the design of the headlights, maybe something in the style of the refreshed Model S. I think based on the pictures, it's not quite the same as that, but it definitely looks different. But it feels, oh, this is a better, maybe we just need to see it in proper lighting. Like, I like this render of it. Looks a little clean. Sugar design. I don't know. It's just very bare bones in the front line. Maybe it would look better if it was lower to the ground and it didn't have a frunk, but looks aren't that important to me on the exterior, at least. It's like, eventually it's just your car. Yeah, they did promise a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack on the Roadster, but Tesla goes back on their promises all the time. They also said the Plaid Model S would have a range over 520 miles. And then all it took was one little tweet, and Elon goes, we decided that the regular Plaid is so good there was no need for Plaid Plus. That's all it took. It could just be one tweet. We decided Plaid Model S was so much better we didn't need a Roadster. That's all it takes. The other than the sick design, that's pretty much what the Roadster was supposed to do. Yeah, the backlights. That's also that's two separate messages. I see. Oliwa, I agree with you. They've covered up the taillights of the refreshed S as well, which means there's probably a pretty noticeable design change there. The Roadster is like the Mercedes EQ XX Vision, where they just took the parts of the concept, but it would never be sold. Not exactly. I think Tesla intended to sell. They still intend to sell the Roadster. At this point, they haven't canceled it. They're still taking deposits for it. They took orders for it. So they had all intention on building it. It's just everything else has taken priority right now. Tesla could have a sub-brand like some car brands where you have a sports car brand and all performance. They could, but I don't see how that would help if they're funneling money from the same place. So I think the whole point of the Roadster is to try to get people talking about Tesla as a brand. It's like advertising in the form of a car. There's your advertising. Whereas I think the Mercedes EQ XX they never took orders for it. They never intended for that to be sold. Well, Colin says he doesn't think I'm biased. Thank you, Colin. Have I heard about the new standard charging cable Tesla's using? It's called USB-C. No. Aptera maybe could make that work, honestly, as crazy as it sounds. But yeah, I feel like at Investor Day they kind of did acknowledge the existence of the van. Single piece castings would make sense, yes. I hope they make the Roadster, for the record. I personally am confused why they haven't yet. I feel like it doesn't need to be a high volume vehicle, kind of in the same way that they've already started delivering the Semi, but it's in such low volume that they don't even report it. Like, they started deliveries in December, early December. It's been almost 5 months now, almost 5 months since delivery started, and they're still not telling us how many. And probably they're not going to anytime soon. It's very possible we could be like a year into Tesla Semi production, and we still don't know how many they've built or how many they've delivered. So I feel like just like how they could, that was fine, by the way. I don't need the Semi to deliver at high volume because one Semi displaces a very large number of particulate, diesel emissions and everything. It's a big, kind of weird commercial specified vehicle that requires a ton of battery pack. So I'm not like disappointed that the Semi isn't being delivered by the 1,000 or anything. They've probably delivered less than 100, but at least they get to say, okay, we at least made some motions on it. It's out in the field. It's being used by customers. It's delivering products. It's delivering the bags of air with a few Frito chips in them. It's Pepsi's using them. I appear to see them get pulled over all the time. Not pulled over, but break down all the time and get towed away. So I hope that's not a massive problem, but at least at the very best, it at least could be, hey, they're troubleshooting it. They're finding out what issues it has, and then they can fix that and apply that to the production line and build more of them and make sure they don't have those problems again. So I kind of like the soft launch approach, rather than just sit on it and say, oh, maybe next year we'll do it. Maybe next year we'll do it. I would rather the Roadster do kind of a soft launch where they just have a little corner of either Texas or Fremont or even Nevada. I don't care. Just somewhere they find a little corner and just decide, let's build like 10 of these things. We don't need to build a lot of them. But we look at the Tesla referral program. Whoever has the most referrals, we deliver to those guys first. So you'll deliver to your Andy Slies or your MKBHDs or your Bjorn Nylands, and just hand build. It doesn't need to be at scale. 10 Roadsters, so that you can say, all right, we're in limited production right now. These are like the Founder Series edition or whatever. And just build a few. I don't think that would take that much money. I don't think it would take that much resources away from Cybertruck production or 4680 ramping or anything. You can recycle use the same battery packs from the Model S, just two 100 kilowatt hour packs put together, even in the same plaid powertrain, that kind of thing. Like, I don't think it would take away from much, and I don't think it would even be that expensive to build by hand. It's not the priority, but it's been delayed far too many times, and I think a lot more people would be more interested in talking about the future of Tesla if Tesla delivered on more and more of their promises. And right now, there's certain promises they've made that are difficult to achieve. You know, they've been promising robo-taxis for like 8 years now, and that's not something you can just crank out in a corner somewhere. But the Roadster, you said that would deliver in 2020. At this point, it seems like we're not getting it until 2024, maybe 2025, and people are just going to hold that over your head. But you said that and you didn't do it. And like, I get tired of the complaining. And of course, it'd be different if they just unveiled it. But what makes me feel different about it is Tesla took deposits for this thing. Tesla took, I think, close to, or if not, 1,000 deposits from people who put down $250,000 for this car, expecting to get it in 2020. It's nearly halfway through 2023. Just crank some of these things out. Really doesn't need to be high volume at all. I think they could charge way more for it. For all the new orders, just say, turn off the order page. We are only going to make enough Roadsters to deliver to the people that put in deposits, and maybe you can just call it quits after that, or open them up afterwards, but they cost way, way more to justify it. The margins would be so thick on it, it wouldn't matter. Like you said, I agree. This is because they've got more high-volume vehicles that need to be made due to volume ramp. Right, but I'm just saying I don't think that the Roadster would take away from that. The Roadster is not going to be using the same powertrain as the Cybertruck. It's not using the same control arms. It's not using gigacastings. The Roadster's probably going to be using different cells, different batteries from the Cybertruck. Pretty much from anything that's ramping right now. I don't think the Roadster would use 2170s either. It would probably use 1865 cells, which they have a demand shortage, it appears, for the Model S and X, which means they probably have plenty of cells lying around for that. So I just don't think doing the Roadster as a little side project would delay anything, personally. Many more products on the roadmap that have much more demand than Roadster. 2030 for Roadster. I would just say if you're going to push it off that far, then you'd be better off canceling it. Because, yeah, I'm sure there will be more products by then that you could be focused on. If you're trying to diversify, trying to sell 20 million cars a year, you could argue, well, we're more focused on getting to India now, or getting to more Latin America and having more pickup truck variants and pickup truck options. There's pretty much always going to be something with higher demand than the Roadster. So either scrap it or get it over with. Those are my two solutions. I would say just kill it off and say it's not happening, or get it over with, rip the Band-Aid, build them at low volume. You don't need to build a lot, just pick a little corner, make them mostly by hand by a team that is basically self-funded by the insane margins of the Roadster. Just get the referral program people off your back. Just get it over with. Don't do this, well, to be determined. Well, it'll eventually happen. Because if your logic is, well, there's other vehicles with more demand, you're never going to make it. There will always be. After the Cybertruck is ramped, then it'll be the van. After the van is ramped, then it'll be the compact. After the compact is ramped, then it'll be a full-size SUV with more off-roading capability than the Model X or something. Or it'll be a smaller size World Edition Cybertruck. There's always going to be something with more demand than the Roadster. So I feel like you made your claims, you made your promises about it. So just do it or shut up, basically. Buy some original Roadsters and stick SpaceX rockets on the back. Honestly, I'd almost be more in favor of them just bringing back the original Roadster. Just update that with an X connector and some newer cells, slightly updated interior, just call it a day. Not only Aptere take time. Wait, what? I forgot about the deposits. That's a problem. Yeah, I mean, like, some people are saying, I paid $6,000 for full self-driving and it's still not here. I want my money back. Think of the people that put down $250,000 6 years ago and are still waiting for their car. I would say if you can't make the time for the Roadster in the near term, refund those people, give them their money back, and just say, we've decided the Roadster's not worth it. I mean, maybe that announcement alone would tank the stock, so that's why they're not doing it. But they could just say our performance vehicle is the Model S. So if you want Roadster type performance, that's what you're going to get. Because messing around with a cold gas thruster that you stick on the back so that you're not even using an electric powertrain now, you're just putting rockets on the back of the car. That doesn't really necessarily prove anything. That's not going to convince someone who prefers gas vehicles that electric cars are the future. Why? Because they're fast. Because it has a rocket on the back. Okay. What? Yeah. I'd be happy if they decided to make it, but yeah, that's where I'm at Roadster wise. I just wish they would make up their dang mind rather than have 3 or 4 or 5 years in a row of, we'll get to that eventually, but then delay it another year, which is unfortunately where we're at with the shareholder deck at this point. I can pull it up here so we can get disappointed together. That's beautiful, though. This made the whole earnings report worth it. I wish they would post more Cybertruck videos, to be honest. I want to see the crash test. I think the crash test would be really interesting. Also, what's weird is at the Investor Day, they showcased what they called a beta production prototype, but in here they call it alpha. Where was it? Well, back here is what I mean. Roadster region to be determined, in development. Semis in pilot production, Cybertrucks and tooling. Man, it'll be nice to eventually see all these in production. Cybertruck production at Gigatex is continued. Equipment installation in Q1 and remains on track. I'm not sure if that means summer, but they said up here producing alpha versions. I think that might just... We are continuing to execute. I don't know. This is kind of the boilerplate stuff I'm not looking forward to. I probably will listen to the earnings call, but I want your guys' opinion. Maybe we can run a poll on this. Nitrous oxide on the back. Pixelay says the Roadster will happen and it will be awesome and I will dream about buying one. Do you see this Roadster in the room with you right now? The original Roadster prototype has 4 seats in it, but I believe they said the one with the cold gas thrusters takes up the space of the back 2 seats. I don't think people were going to use those back 2 seats very much anyway. Imagine if people invested in Tesla stock instead with the Roadster. They'd be millionaires now. Well, thankfully, I think anybody that had $250,000 to put down on a Roadster, they probably already were a millionaire. If you had that kind of money after watching a Tesla event where it's 2017 and you're like, yeah, I'd like to reserve it wasn't a loan. It wasn't like an agreement to wire that money. It was straight up. You had to wire $250,000. If you had that kind of cash sitting around, you probably already were a millionaire. You probably already owned Tesla stock. And you're probably the kind of person that bought the Plaid Model S anyway. So those people, it sucks, but I have a hard time feeling bad for them because if you had that kind of money, I doubt that there were that many people at that event that they worked really, really hard. They saved their whole lives and they had $270,000 in their bank account. And then the Roadster came out and they were like, oh, wow, I have enough money. And then they sent, 90% of their net worth to Tesla to put down that deposit. And now here they are 6 years later. Oh my God, where's my Roadster? I've been working my butt off to pay all my bills because I sent all my money away. I'm pretty sure MKBHD had over $1 million before he reserved that Roadster. Hopefully he had Tesla stock, but yeah. What I wanted to ask you guys is the earnings call should start in 30 minutes from now. Do you think I should react to the call on stream? The reason I'm asking you is because that's what I've done in the past, but I don't find the earnings calls particularly insightful after listening to them for the last 2 years or so. there were times where they used to drop more interesting info, but now that we've had Investor Day and now that there's been leaks and rumors about Project Highland and stuff, and they've kind of already provided a lot of Cybertruck information, I kind of feel like they can't give away that much interesting information during the earnings calls. So I'm kind of debating, like, do I bother streaming, or do I just kind of wrap up and say, all right, you guys listen? And honestly, if you want my personal advice, I don't think listening to the earnings call provides that much insight, because if there is anything that noteworthy or that interesting, it will typically make for a tweet, or it will show up in a headline. Like if in the middle of the earnings call they say the Cybertruck will have less than 400 miles of range on the launch edition, then that will make for headlines, and you'll read about it and people will tweet about it, and you'll catch the headlines. But sitting through the whole call, there's not going to be that kind of news or spec drop that just kind of goes under the radar and no one catches it. A reaction after, if there's anything worth mentioning. Video after the earnings call with your opinion, maybe tomorrow or in a few days. The last few earnings calls, there's not been much information. There wasn't much to give my opinion on. It was like, here's how most of the earnings calls go, okay? It's like the top voted question, or one of the top voted questions by shareholders is, can you give us updated Cybertruck specs? And they go, no, we don't want to give it away on an earnings call. We'll have a separate event for that. Next question. And then they go, because demand seems to not be as good as it used to be, can you guys advertise? And then Tesla goes, no, we would rather just make the product better and lower prices. How do you guys feel about the economic climate we're in? It's a little tough, but we've got cash on hand and I think we'll be fine. And it's just that constant loop of like, they can't give away too much, but they just have to kind of reaffirm that things are fine. And sure, margins aren't as good as they used to be, but they're still industry leading. They're still way better than most of the rest of the automotive industry. They're way better than the EV startups, and they're definitely better than legacy automakers. So in my head, Tesla's still the most profitable. So because I'm kind of torn on it, I'm not sure if it's worth reacting to on stream. I might just wrap up here, let you guys listen. If you want to. I think it's on Twitter as well. Are they not? That's actually more interesting to me. Are they not playing the earnings call on YouTube anymore? I heard that they're doing it on Twitter now. Yeah, I don't see Tesla's YouTube channel. I don't think has an event scheduled, which means they're probably just going to do it on... Yeah, I think they are probably just going to do it on Twitter. Oh, no, never mind. I got it wrong. I found it. It wasn't in my subscriptions feed, even though I'm subscribed. Thanks, YouTube, for getting notifications wrong. But here it is. Yeah, you can still listen to it on Tesla's YouTube channel to catch the financial results. But all the Q&A stuff is usually just a huge waste of time. It's like, okay, you can only ask questions of things that they've already provided answers for. They should just have you do the call. Yeah. Pretty much. If you ask a good question that we all want to know the answer to, like when is the next generation vehicle going to get unveiled, or when is the Cybertruck going to like make its second debut, or are you going to have another event for it? All the good questions, they say, no comment, we can't talk about that. All the questions that they can answer are ones that are already answered through the shareholder deck. Like, how are you going to handle the lower margins? Well, we'll make more from energy, and we'll make more from software as a service. They heard Twitter's tag. Best thing is that the microphones are so crappy that you don't hear anything. Like, come on, they make rockets that come back to Earth, but it's hard to listen with the quality of the mics. Yeah, that's true. The microphone quality usually does suck. Oh, yeah, there is a typo in the title. My bad. I didn't even notice that. How did we get that for? There. I think I just fixed it. But it's probably still in the tweet. Oh, no. I didn't copy that title. They should just... Thanks for the videos. Thank you, 1XTV. I wish they said about new SNX to the UK. I thought I heard they launched in Europe, but I guess that doesn't count the United Kingdom, huh? I suppose that's right-hand drive. Have they done any Model S and X right-hand drives? I haven't seen any. If they did, it must be kind of low-key. This is the problem with you guys driving on the right side, and that's complicates manufacturing too much. The earnings call begins in 24 minutes. You can listen to it on Twitter or on Tesla's YouTube channel. Maybe I'll run a poll. How about that? You guys can vote. Start a poll. Should I react to the call on stream? Yes or no? We can listen together on this live stream, or we can all just kind of listen to it separately. But I don't find them that insightful anymore. I think what I've figured out is the shareholder deck is typically the most interesting part. Like, to me, the most fun I saw today was definitely the Cybertruck images at the bottom. The fact that Cybertruck's, making progress. And you can see where the new wiring and stuff. Yeah, there's the new... Yeah, you can kind of see the new seats through there. Does this imply that they're not attaching the seats to the battery pack? I guess it's a pilot line, so I shouldn't overthink it. But, yeah, you can see the seats in there. Not in the back, but right here. There's your armrest, so we're pretty sure that it's no longer a 6-seater. Darn. You see the massive air suspension system, though. Lots of the high voltage wiring at the bottom. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the cool stuff to me. They're not really going to talk more about this likely on the call, but yeah. That's the closest thing we're probably getting to a Cybertruck update, so I'll take it. Let's see. They sent some new S and X to Germany, but not UK. Oh, I see. Well, Tesla probably has more presence there. You have felt the Cybertruck will be much more than what they showed at launch with the price cuts this year. What are your thoughts on Cybertruck pricing? My Cybertruck pricing thoughts have still not changed because I think the only reason there are price cuts is supply and demand. Tesla has a lot of supply now. They've ramped up production more. They got through their backlog. They delivered to the people that want them. So there's lots of... You can track these price cuts pretty easily. You can anticipate them before they happen. That's what I was trying to warn people about. I was like, I think the prices are going to keep going down. There's a website I use for this. I'll show you guys. It's Tesla. Here's the URL. tesladata.mattjung.net. He keeps a website pretty automated and active that shows new existing inventory. And it tells you how much they have of each model. So if we go to Model 3, you can see that the inventory was not really going down. They still had 500 or so vehicle listings in the United States. And of course, you're building new cars every day. So because it wasn't dropping, this is back when Model 3 prices were much higher, obviously the inventory was much lower. So as supply goes up and demand goes down, which I don't even know if demand really has gone down per se. They still delivered more cars than ever before, but there's more supply than there's ever been before. So that's why the prices went down, is because they've got more vehicles coming out and they want people to buy them. Same thing with Model Y, probably. Yeah, the inventory was on the climb, so that's likely why they cut it by $3,000 last night. And same, even more so story with, you can look at both Model S and X at the same time. Inventory's on the climb right now. There was a big drop, I think, after the last price cut and Ultra Red was introduced and everything, but inventory's still climbing, which is why I predict Model S and X prices have not hit the floor yet. If that inventory continues to grow, they're very likely to continue to reduce pricing in the future. Probably within the next 2 months, we'll see another $5,000 price drop. I think it's quite possible we'll see the Model S hit $69,420 again. And it'll still have all of its refreshes and stuff. This mostly applies to the U.S. because that's most of my audience, but I think he has ways of checking inventory in other countries, but I'm mostly just talking about the U.S. Elon said he wants more to afford the Tesla range. Tesla profit at least twice the average industry OEMs. Yeah, I don't think they're close to the margins being dangerously low. Um, yeah, the front and rear castings do look massive. But to answer Michael Gewart's question, my whole reasoning as to why Tesla prices are gone down is all because of supply. There's lots more supply. Cybertruck has a ton of demand, more demand than any other Tesla in the past, by far. Model 3 did not collect as many reservations as the Cybertruck did. And the Model 3 did not collect as much internet traffic as the Cybertruck did. Particularly in the United States, where Tesla is founded. That's where their headquarters are and everything. Pickup trucks sell better than anything. F-150 has been the top-selling vehicle for like 40 years. And this is the first all-electric pickup truck from Tesla, who is the industry leader of electric vehicles. There is just so much demand for this thing. Tesla typically prices vehicles based on how much supply there is. Sorry, the car got bored and locked itself. Versus how much supply there is versus how much demand there is. And for Cybertruck, demand is astronomically high and supply is insanely low. It's basically nothing. And I don't think Cybertruck is going to ramp that quickly. Neither does Elon. They've said that before. Limited production this year, volume production next year, but it's going to require at least twice as many 4680 cells as the Model Y. And yeah, the current iteration of the Cybertruck won't go to Europe because it's just too big, and pickup truck sales in Europe aren't very good anyway. So I don't think they care about that. But I just personally think that the price of the Cybertruck is still going to be astronomical, because in Elon's head, in Tesla's mind, they've said the same thing. Cybertruck's their best product. It's their most unique. It's their most utility focused. It's their most capable. So why wouldn't their best product also cost the most? That's typically how companies price things. Why would you price your worst product higher than your best product? You know? So because it's so drastically different and it doesn't reuse that many parts, it's a 48-volt architecture. There's very little different seat design, different interior design, different software design even. There's so much uncommon between the Model Y, which is what they're currently ramping in Texas, and the Cybertruck, that I don't think it's going to ramp as quickly as people expect it to. Most people are probably thinking that the Cybertruck will ramp as quickly as the Model Y and 3 does, but those vehicles are just inherently far more simple. Even with their paint shop, yes, they are not as complicated. They don't have a massively overkill adaptive air suspension. They don't have rear-wheel steering. They don't have a vault cover. They don't have a tailgate ramp. They don't have an exoskeleton. They don't have armored glass. They don't have custom software on a new display layout. They don't have a new steering wheel. They share so many components between the Model 3 and Model Y that I think it was very easy to ramp the Y, because they just kind of ordered a lot more existing suppliers. There's no paint on the Cybertruck exoskeleton, but there's still over 20 job listings in regards to paint at the Cybertruck assembly line. So there's still paint related things you have to worry about. Let me show you. So I think let's. Here it is. Yeah, I found it. Production supervisor for Cybertruck, paint. Production associate manager for Cybertruck, paint. Manufacturing engineer, paint. Cybertruck. There's still paint that goes into the. This is Tesla's website. This is not a leak. This is not a rumor. They're hiring people to work on the Cybertruck paint division. So there's paint that goes involved with it. There's less paint, but there's still paint. And there's all more complicated aspects of it. The different voltage architecture, different size battery pack, different door mechanisms, different glass, different suspension, different steering mechanics. So I personally still think the Cybertruck is going to be like $100,000 at the start. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. If it ends up being $80,000, I'll be so happy, and I'll be the first one to make a video about it saying, yep, I was wrong, and this is great, and I think it'll sell well. But regardless, I don't think it really matters what it's priced at. I still think it'll sell well. I got killed on my Model S depreciation. I hope they stop making them so it rebounds. I don't know if you're joking or not, but I gotta keep trying to remind people, cars are not a great way to store assets. Cars inherently have always been depreciating assets because they wear out over time. Doesn't matter if it's electric or gas, and especially in the case of newer vehicles, the software in them, the tech in them ages faster than older cars did. You know, suddenly your Tesla from a couple of years ago has an Intel processor in hardware 3. Now a new Tesla comes out with AMD Ryzen in hardware 4. Yeah, that one's going to be worth more. Or this new Tesla has a lithium iron phosphate and the old one didn't. So if you were looking for a way to store value, it's not cars. Maybe real estate, maybe the stock market, maybe a high dividend savings account might be better. But if you're just looking for a way to store cash and have it appreciate or hold its value, cars is pretty much the worst. They depreciate more than anything. And sure, Teslas depreciate less than most, but they still depreciate. They don't depreciate as quickly as gas cars do, but they're absolutely still depreciating assets. Pickup truck sales in Europe are low because fuel is much more expensive, but an electric pickup would sell like hotcakes. Nah, it's also road size, Giovanni. Europe has roads that were not necessarily designed for cars, which is why compact cars sell really well in Europe and they don't really sell well here because we have big fat roads. There also tends to be more people. I don't know what it is. There's more of like a truck culture here. But yeah, I don't think it's just fuel sales. That's not the only reason. Also, big, expensive pickup trucks cost more to charge. So don't have the mindset that, well, it's an electric truck. That means it's cheaper than a gas truck, but that doesn't mean it's cheaper than a smaller EV, than a Model 3 or a Model Y. Those are still going to be way cheaper to charge than a Cybertruck is. I hope they at least announce a delivery event or something for this year. I'll take anything. I personally think we will get a delivery event maybe in Q3, maybe around October or September, somewhere in there. But I also think, similar to the 4680 Model Y, it will probably just go to employees first. That's been kind of my hot take, because a lot of Tesla bulls think I'm pessimistic for saying that I think the Cybertruck's going to be late still, even though they're making work towards production of it. My guess is that there will not actually be any customer Cybertruck deliveries this year. I think they will just deliver to employees this year, but they will technically be out. They will be driving around, but they're only going to be driven around by Tesla employees at first, for probably the first 5 to 6 months. Let's see. But yeah, it's kind of like the Tesla Semi. We got a delivery event for the Tesla Semi last year, but it was a pretty soft launch, and we still had a lot of questions by the end of it. People have been driving around Tesla Semis for 5 months now. We still don't know exactly what they cost. We have theories, but we don't have confirmation from Tesla on what they cost. I think Pepsi said in a statement that they cost $250,000. But I don't know if that's just an exclusive price for Pepsi or if it's the same price for everybody. I'm not really sure. Smaller Cybertruck would sell in Europe, but not this one. Even if it did sell in Europe, it wouldn't sell at very high volume. Like the best-selling vehicles in Europe are not pickup trucks. The best-selling vehicles in the United States are pickup trucks. It's like, I think the last time I looked into it, it's like 10 to 1. So for every 10 pickup trucks you sell in the U.S., you sell like 1 pickup truck in Europe, even though the U.S. has like way less people than Europe. So it's just inherently, it doesn't really make sense to go after the European pickup truck market. It honestly make more sense to go after the Latin America pickup truck market, or I think there's more pickup trucks that sell in Asia, or more pickups that sell in even the U.S. probably has a decent market for smaller pickup trucks compared to other countries. Australia as well. There's a decent amount of pickup sales there, but most of the drop is new Tesla price drops. The rest is probably gas price drop. New gas price drop? What? Do you think they should decrease the cost of black paint so the Model 3 Performance with white seats can qualify for tax credit? I kind of hate tax credits, honestly. I feel like they complicate and confuse everything. But is it really that close to not qualifying? There's like one... I gotta play with the configurator now that you said that. I want to see this. So you want a model... See, this is deceptive. They still say the range is 358, and you can't order that trim. But if you go in here, available in 2023. It's been 5 months, Elon. So yeah, you select the performance, which is 53,000, and then this pushes it to 55. But then if you get the white seats, it no longer qualifies. Yep, that's funny. That's stupid. I don't understand why they do this. Yeah, I guess they should reduce it, but I don't really care. Even the red doesn't qualify, right? Even if you, yeah. No, the red, okay, you can get the red performance and it's still under, basically in order to get the full tax credit, you need to be under 7,500, you'd have to be under 55,000. And the white seats push it over. Yeah, that pushes it to 56,000. But you know what? I'll just say, don't get the performance. It's fast, but you're gonna wear out your tires really quick, and they're not good for the wet they wear. I've heard from many others that. Whoa, wait a second. Did they change it back? Is this just an old picture? Did you guys see that? In the interior shot here, they still have the line on the steering wheel. Mine doesn't have that. What the? Did they? Is that a skill issue? What? Yeah, it's still there. Did they bring back the line? Or do they just never remove it from the... Yeah, this is the old software, too, on the screen. It's probably just a dated image, but... Yeah, like, if you look at my... if you look at my steering wheel here, there's no line. It's just one singular piece. What's that? Tesla. The best car in the world, people. It's wonderful. Yeah. I guess they should reduce the price a little bit, but whatever. 5 top sellers in Australia are pickups, I think. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Performance trim is the only way to get track mode. I guess. I'm just like, how often are you going to use that? I guess some people use it a lot, but get the Performance Y. That has the $80,000. How much is the Performance Y now? Oh my God, that's the real question. That's a hatchback for one. I think they're close to the same price. Now that they've reduced it by another $3,000. Let's look at this. Yeah, look at that. Model Y Performance is $54,000. And as long as you're under... Yeah, all new Model Y vehicles qualify for federal tax credit. As long as you're under 80,000, you get it. So you can get the red with the white interior. You're still way under 57,000. This has track mode too. I think even if you get, even with full self-driving, it's under 80,000. So $1,000 more for a vastly better vehicle. Yeah, I mean, I like sedans and all, but like, if you just want track mode that badly and you want the federal tax credit, this is actually cheaper to get than the Model 3. You want the black exterior with the white interior. See, look at that one. The steering wheel doesn't have the line. What the heck? I can't keep track of all this. What are they doing? Imagine you go back in time and tell people that cars can fart. Cybertruck needs to catch up to GM Hummer Must 400 now. Well, the Hummer doesn't have 400, but no, I don't think it needs to, personally. I think Rivian and Ford have both proven there is plenty of demand for 300-mile range electric trucks because most people don't cross-country tow with their pickups as much as you guys like to act like they do. Most people aren't. Sadly. I mean, I would argue there's probably a ton of people that buy pickup trucks that don't need to, but that's a whole nother discussion. But the average American drives 40 miles or less than 40 miles per day. So 300 miles on a pickup truck. Sure, the range gets cut in half in the winter, but that's still 150 miles of range. It can get cut in half when towing, but that's still enough to tow across. Whoa. I just realized I had the... Did we finish the poll? I didn't look. Should I react to the call on stream? Wow. 71% of you voted yes. I think the live stream is starting, guys. Or did an ad just start playing? I don't know. Oh, it's on my YouTube. Okay, so I can react to it if you guys want. A lot of you haven't voted though, so please vote. Yeah, I think the performance Model Y, because it qualifies for the federal tax credit, is with the red exterior, whatever. Because it gets the full 7,500, the performance Model Y is cheaper than the performance Model 3, which is kind of funny. Um, well, if you get it with the black paint and everything, because you can spec a performance Model 3 to not qualify for the credit. I guess that's the problem. Yeah, the Tesla stream will begin in about 4 minutes. Let's ask Elon to invest 0.0001% of his wealth to fund Aptera production. I would love to, but I don't think he'll listen. With the savings, you could rent a Model 3 from Hertz for months. That's true. Just rent a track Tesla when you go to a test track. You don't need to buy the whole car. Um, I don't want Tesla to buy Aptera personally. I want Aptera to be their own thing. If the Cybertruck basic model goes for 80K, I doubt it'll sell well. Interest rates for just a 45K loan is around 800 a month car payment right now. That's 20% down. It's not a practical decision, but people don't buy pickup trucks because they're cost effective. Pickup trucks sell really, really well because they're bought by people with more money than they know what to do with, or people that love accruing a lot of debt. And the Cybertruck will have the lowest cost of ownership of any pickup truck because it is far more efficient, more aerodynamic, uses less energy. So it'll cost less to own than a Rivian, cost less to own than a Lightning, and it'll access a much better supercharger network. So for all intensive purposes other than range, I think it's basically the best pickup truck available. That will be available. So even at $100,000, again, you're assuming that there will be a ton of supply of it. That's where I think we disagree. Daddy's tired. I think there will be a bunch of people that don't go through with their Cybertruck reservation, but even that's what I've been trying to say for the longest time. Even if you lost 90% of Cybertruck reservations, it would still take over a year for Tesla to build enough Cybertrucks to fill all of their orders. So they can afford for most of the reservations to not go through because it's not going to ramp up that quickly. They're probably going to build less than 10,000 this year, possibly less than 5,000 this year. And there's like over 1 million reservations. So there's over 1 million, but let's assume this for the sake of the easy math. Let's just assume there's 1 million Cybertruck reservations. 90% could cancel, and you'd still have 100,000 reservations. Tesla's not going to build 100,000 Cybertrucks probably in the first year. It might take 2 years to get to 100,000. So that over time, as they catch up on all of the demand, I could totally see prices going down. I think the Cybertruck will be the most profitable electric pickup truck because of the exoskeleton. Tesla's got their economies of scale. They have in-house design controllers and the 48-volt architecture and everything. So yeah, I think they'll have plenty of margin to work with, but I think it's a really misconstrued, like misunderstood mindset to think that just because existing Tesla prices are going down, that means Cybertruck prices also have to go down. I don't see those as linked. I don't think that just because Model S and X prices are dropping, that means the Cybertruck price also has to drop. The only reason Tesla prices are dropping is because of supply and demand, and that's not the same equation. There's not thousands of Cybertrucks waiting for someone to buy, but there are a few thousand Model S's and X's that are sitting around waiting for buyers. So that's why the prices went down. Just economics isn't the reason truck buyers buy trucks. It's more for the sales of class. And in the case of the Cybertruck, it's insanely cool. And my goodness, a lot of Cybertruck orders will hold. I mean, there's research claiming that most Cybertruck reservations plan on continuing it, but it's kind of like inaccurate data in my opinion, because right now we don't know the official pricing of the Cybertruck. Tesla's removed all mention of pricing off the website. So I don't think they're going to. Some people are like, yeah, but they told us it would be 70,000 for the 500 miles. Like, yeah, but they removed all mention of that. They took down that live stream, and they no longer let you configure single motor, dual motor, tri-motor, or anything on the site. I think they removed all that for a reason. You know, they removed it because they realized that we're not going to stick with that. It's more like 2 million reservations and 95% could decline, and they would still have 150,000 buyers that can't wait to purchase, just like me. Pretty much, William. Pretty much. So I think it depends on what your definition of sell well is. But I think they would still have a over year long wait if they sold at 80,000 for the entry model. Honestly, still at 100,000, I think a ton of people are going to trade in their old Teslas. A bunch of people are going to rent out the Cybertruck and make money off of it through Turo. It's just the new, latest, greatest thing from Tesla, and I've seen so much hype around it more than.
My name is Martin Vieca,
I think we're
VP of
starting.
Investor Relations, and I'm joined today by Elon Musk, Zachary Kirkhorn, and a number of other executives.
I guess I got to shut up now.
Q1 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events or results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. But before we jump into Q&A, Elon has some opening remarks. Elon?
Robotaxi.
Thank you, Martin. So just a Q1 recap. Model Y became the best-selling vehicle of any kind in Europe and the best-selling non-pickup vehicle in the United States.
Nice.
And this is in spite of a lot of challenges in production and delivery. So it's a huge credit to the Tesla team for achieving these great results. It is worth pointing out that the current macro environment remains uncertain. I don't think I'm telling anyone anything people don't already know, especially with large purchases such as cars. And while we reduced prices considerably in early Q1, it's worth noting that our operating margin remains among the best in the industry. We've taken a view that pushing for higher volumes and a larger fleet is the right choice here versus a lower volume and higher margin. However, we expect our vehicles over time will be able to generate significant profit through autonomy. So we do believe we're laying the groundwork here. And then it's better to ship a large number of cars at a lower margin and subsequently harvest that margin in the future as we perfect autonomy. This is an extremely important point. Let's see, regarding the Cybertruck, we continue to build alpha versions of the Cybertruck on our pilot line for testing purposes. It's a great product, and we're completing the installation of the volume production line at Giga Texas, and we're anticipating having a delivery event, a great delivery event, probably in Q3.
Hey!
As with all new products, it'll follow an S curve of, so production starts out slow and then accelerates.
Delivery event.
So the Cybertruck is no different. So it's there's a tremendous amount of demand for the product, obviously. It is, in my view, a fantastic product, a Hall of Famer. But as with all new products, it takes time to get the manufacturing line going, and this is really a very radical product. It's not made in the way that other cars are made. So let's see. With regard to Megapack, we're making great progress. Our energy storage deployment reached nearly 4 gigawatt hours in Q1. It's by far the strongest quarter ever. And this growth was achieved thanks to the ongoing ramp at our Megafactory in Lathrop, California. There's still some way to go to reach the full run rate of 40 gigawatt hours per year. And then we additionally announced the start of a new Megafactory in Shanghai. So we're
probably,
as we've expected, the stationary storage growth actually will significantly exceed the vehicle growth. Regarding autopilot and full self-driving, we've now crossed over 150 million miles driven by full self-driving beta, and this number is growing exponentially. This is a data advantage that really no one else has. Those who understand AI will understand the importance of data, of training data, and how fundamental that is to achieving an incredible outcome. So, we're also very focused on improving our neural net training capabilities, as it is one of the main limiting factors of achieving full autonomy. So we're continuing to simultaneously make significant purchases of NVIDIA GPUs and also putting a lot of effort into Dojo, which we believe has the potential for an order of magnitude improvement in the cost of training. And Dojo also has the potential to become a sellable service that we would offer to other companies in the same way that Amazon Web Services, offers web services, even though it started out as a bookstore. So I really think that, the Dojo potential is very significant. In conclusion, we're taking a view that we want to keep making and selling as many cars as we can, despite this being an uncertain macro environment. This is a good time to increase our lead further, and we'll continue to invest in growth as fast as possible. Once again, I'd like to give a huge thanks to all Tesla employees worldwide for doing an incredible job again, and super appreciated.
Good job.
Thank
everybody.
you very much. And Zach has some remarks as well.
We're
thanks,
really
Martin.
rich.
I want to start by congratulating the Tesla team for record vehicle production and deliveries. And I also want to congratulate our energy storage team for record volumes as well. There's three main points I want to make. First, automotive gross margin and operating margin reduced sequentially, but as Elon mentioned, these remain at healthy levels. In particular, automotive gross margin was impacted by a few factors since our discussion on the last earnings call, which include additional action taken in the second half of the quarter to improve vehicle pricing, and one-time items, most notably warranty adjustments on older S and X vehicles, as well as increased deferred revenue for certain autopilot features as we transition technologies. Progress on vehicle cost reduction continued in Q1 with meaningful improvements on logistics and the beginnings of some commodity cost reductions starting to be realized. Per unit costs for Austin and Berlin improved as well, driven by record volumes. However, these factories still provide a margin headwind and will likely continue to do so until after we reach and stabilize at our intended volumes. Note that Q1 was our third quarter in our multi-quarter plan to move to a more regionally balanced mix of build and deliveries. As I've mentioned previously, this results in lower deliveries than production within a quarter due to a higher volume of cars in transit at the end of the quarter, and has an associated impact on quarter-ending free cash flows. This was particularly prevalent in Q1 for S and X as we began exporting cars for international deliveries. Second, our storage business is starting to take shape, and this is exciting to see after many years of investment and focus. This business is growing as a percentage of the company's revenue and reached its highest level yet in Q1, driven by an increasing rate of deliveries for our Megapack products. We're also making progress on storage profitability, generating our highest gross profit yet in the quarter. Third, I want to reiterate the philosophy by which we are operating the business this year. Our approach is to grow volumes as quickly as possible in both our vehicle and energy businesses. We plan to continue to invest heavily into our future plans, which include the Cybertruck, next generation platform, in-house cell production, energy storage business, and our autonomy and AI-enabled products. And we plan to do this while keeping the business financially healthy and industry leading. To accomplish this, we need to remain focused on cost efficiency and working capital, and in particular, unwinding the strategic inventory buildup left over from the pandemic. I want to conclude by thanking the Tesla team again, as well as thanking our suppliers and our customers.
Thank you very much. And let's go to investor questions on say.com. The first one is, what is the process to make auto pricing adjustments? What variables do you consider? How frequently do you review pricing?
No. Next question. People stop ordering. We lower price.
Do you want to take that, Elon, or do you want me to take it?
My apologies, sorry, I was on mute. I think this is not something that we can really talk about. It's just we do our best to evaluate the the production output, macroeconomic conditions, and we make a decision. But it's, unless there's something you'd like to add, Zach.
No, I think that's right. I mean, as a team, we review where we stand globally on a weekly basis, and certainly can't get into the details of the reasons why certain decisions are made. But it is something that's very actively managed by a subset of the leadership team.
It is managed, and we talk about it.
The second question is, do you still believe Tesla Energy will be bigger than Auto? And when will you provide more formal guidance on Megapack and overall Tesla Energy?
Yeah, I should just clarify, bigger than Auto from the standpoint of total gigawatt hours deployed. So it's possible automotive revenue may be higher, but gigawatt hours, I think, will be probably higher with stationary storage. If you just look at what's needed to transition the world to a sustainable energy economy, there is more stationary energy storage needed than there is mobile energy storage. So, and we are seeing growth of our stationary storage well in excess of automotive. So that is in line with expectations.
Yeah, and on the guidance part of the question, and maybe Martin, we can combine this with the next question, which is on guidance for margins. Just have a single comment there. I think we will get to the point where we as a company provide guidance on the storage business. I say storage is a combination of both the Megapack business and the Powerwall business. Relative to total revenues of the company, it's still fairly small. And the business has a lot of volatility currently, both in terms of volumes as well as financials, just given the small volumes and kind of diversification of the customer pool there. But as this business grows and smooths out, I don't think we're that far away from it. I think including these volumes on our day 2 production and deliveries release is something that we'll start doing. And then we can talk more formally as a business about our expectations over the coming year. I think it'll be a few more quarters before we get there.
Thank you. The next question, as you said, was already answered. So let's go to the battery question.
Oh, sorry, just one other thing I wanted to mention on margin.
No.
While we're not providing specific guidance there, just to set expectations of where we think this business will go in terms of margins, probably generally in the ballpark of what we've seen historically on the vehicle business. We generally look to mid 20% gross margins for any program that we launch. And so we're not there yet on this business, but that's what we're working towards.
We're hopeful to get there later this year, but that's not a promise. That's an aspiration.
Thank you.
Stop making
the next question
promises.
is, how well are 4680 cells meeting the expectations described on the battery day? How long will it be until the cells meet those goals?
Good.
Yeah. So on battery day, we established a cost down roadmap through 2026 across 5 areas of effort. There was the cell design we discussed, anode and cathode materials, the structural pack concept, and the cell factory itself. And we've been making progress across all of these aspects since then. For the cell factory, the Texas 4680 factory, we are partway through building and commissioning and installing and operating. Will be 70% lower capex per gigawatt hour than typical cell factories when fully ramped, in line with what we described on battery day.
Wow.
And we're continuing to further pursue densification and investment reduction opportunities in future factory buildouts like in Nevada. On the cell design, we're in production with not only the first generation tablet cell we unveiled on battery day, but a second, more manufacturable version in Texas today. On the cathode material side, we have a number of activities underway per the battery day roadmap. For lithium, our Corpus Christi lithium refinery breaks ground this May. Our goal is to start commissioning portions of the facility before the end of the year. The refinery uses the sulfate-free spodumene refining process with reduced process costs, no acid or caustic reagents, lower embodied energy, and actually produces a beneficial byproduct that can be repurposed in construction materials. We discussed all of these concepts on battery day. Same with cathode precursor. We've successfully demonstrated a lower process cost, zero wastewater precursor process that we described on battery day at both lab and pilot scale, and are in the detailed design phase for incorporating this technology into the front end of our Austin cathode facility. On cathode production, We are 50% equipment and 75% utilities installed at our new cathode building in Austin, with our goal to begin dry and wet commissioning this quarter and next quarter, with a target to produce first material before the end of the year. Structural pack, we saw big improvements with pack manufacturing with the 4680 cell and the structural pack concept, 50% lower CapEx and 66% smaller factory for the same output in gigawatt hours per year. We do believe structural as a concept is a good one. It's simpler. We'll continue to structurally load the cells and use the pack as the floor of the vehicle, while iterating the design to closer to B-level execution of this A-level architecture in future programs. And zooming out for the 4680 team, Q1 was all about cost and quality. We made significant improvements in both areas. In Texas, production increased 50% quarter over quarter. Through yields increased 12%, and Cato peak rate increased by 20%, and through yields improved by 20%. Altogether, the team accomplished a 25% reduction in COGS over the quarter, and we are on track to achieve steady state cost targets over the next 12 months. And going forward for the rest of the year, the priority one is yielding cost for the 4680 program as we steadily ramp production ahead of Cybertruck next year.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Drew.
The next question is, what do you anticipate 2023 automotive gross margins ex credits will be at the company's current pricing levels?
Drew did such a good job answering that, by the way.
Yeah, I can start off on this one. This is a difficult environment to make a projection like this. There's a lot of macro uncertainty. There's also headwinds and tailwinds. And, this is basically a question I think that's asking about our viewpoint on where costs will go. And within costs, there's a set of costs in which we do control, a set of costs in which we're kind of subject to what's going on in the macro world. Within the bucket of things we control, the most of the cost down that we're working on is around ramping our Austin factory, stabilizing that, and then doing the cost optimization work once we get to our intended volumes there. And a part of the cost journey in the Austin factory is, as Drew mentioned, the 4680 cell, which is an input into our Austin COGS. And so, as the 4680 program improves over the course of the year on cost, as Drew mentioned, and then the non-cell portion of the factory improves, we see a pretty good trajectory in the Austin facility. A similar story exists in the Berlin factory. It does not have 4680 as an input, but for that factory, the journey to complete localization is still ongoing. And so over the course of this year, as volume increases, more localization occurs, we do see a good path to cost reduction in the Berlin factory as well. In existing factories too, we talk about this on every call, so I don't need to rehash it, but the expectation is that every existing factory improves all of their key metrics, and we continue to see the progress there. There's also a handful of other costs in which we have influence, but the philosophy here is that we're aggressively going across every cost bucket that we can. Within the world that we don't control, the two major costs there being logistics, which fortunately is moving in our favor. And I think our supply chain team has done a great job both on logistics optimization and taking advantage of reduced spot rates where they can. So thank you to our supply chain team. And then there's the commodities world, which has been a huge page point in our cost structure over the last, say, 2 years or so. And we're still kind of at the maximum of paying for commodities in our cost structure. It kind of maxed out in the second half of last year. We did start to see in Q1 a little bit of improvement. We think there'll be a little bit more improvement in Q2. But
lithium has dropped a lot. It's worth mentioning that the price of lithium has dropped significantly.
Yeah, and that's the piece that we expect to see more impact from in Q2. And generally, as a company, we do expect commodity prices to come down and have a more meaningful impact in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
So, this is our approach. How that nets out, just a lot of risk, and we'll have to see how the year progresses.
Thank you. The next question is, how has global order intake tracked since the most recent round of price cuts?
I think the overall thing we can say is that orders are in excess of production.
There you go.
Thank you. And maybe the last question from investors. Can you give updated specs and pricing for Cybertruck and any new features that will make it to production?
Yeah, no.
Well, I think we'll save that for the Cybertruck handover, which will hopefully be around the end of Q3 this year. And one thing I am confident of saying is that it's an incredible product. It's a Hall of Famer, I think. And a product like this only comes along once in a long while. So people will not be disappointed at all. It's amazing.
Wow. You will not be disappointed.
Great. Thank you very much.
All.
And let's go to analyst questions. We'll start with Alex Potter from Piper Sandler. Alex, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So first question was on Lathrop. Obviously, it's great to see the growth there. Just wondering when you think that facility might be closer to full utilization. Are you just sort of deliberately working your way up the S-curve there? Demand obviously isn't the limitation. So what are the steps, I guess, to unlocking full utilization there?
Sure. There are some classic, factory ramp aspects of what's going on in Lathrop. We actually had 2 phases of the CapEx there. We phased some of the general assembly parts of the facility. But in addition, we also have ramps with our suppliers that we are following. So both on the cell side and on the power electronic side. And we will see that unlock in the latter half of this year with both those inputs. So the overall facility was phased with the second phase of CapEx coming online towards the end of this year.
Okay, great. And then I guess my second question is on your ability to serve other markets out of Shanghai. Obviously, the facility in Berlin should be opening up your ability to, I guess, allocate more vehicles to Southeast Asia, Australia, other areas. I'm just wondering what other regions you think you're maybe not yet serving effectively. What are your timelines for addressing some of those gaps in your regional exposure? Thanks.
Latin America.
Yeah, that's a good question because there are still many parts of the world that we do not yet serve with respect to vehicles, especially. So we do expect to open up new markets around the world. And while those markets are not necessarily individually gigantic, they do add up to, if you add up a whole bunch of markets, they do collectively sum up to something significant. So it's high time that Tesla offered its cars to the rest of the world, and that is something that we intend to do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next analyst, George from Canaccord. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I was wondering first if you could discuss your FSD take rates and whether you've seen any significant positive or negative change there. And also, given that you've reduced the prices for your vehicles, do you think you need to do that for FSD as well? Thanks.
Well, I'll decline to answer the details on the FSD take rate, but it's a tricky pricing question because the value of a car that is autonomous is enormous. So in a way, the price right now is an option value on an autonomous vehicle, and that value is that will ultimately be very, very significant. And it's really yeah. I mean, for those that are using the FSD beta, I think you can see the improvements are really quite dramatic. There'll be a little bit of 2 steps forward, 1 step back between releases, and for those trying the beta. But the trend is very clearly towards full self-driving, towards full autonomy, and I hesitate to say this, but I think we'll do it this year. So
no,
that's what it looks like. Yeah.
Don't say robo-taxis.
Maybe on the dramatic change we've seen in EV-related commodity prices. Do you think that's a reflection of any recent overcapacity in mining and refining, or is that sort of a coincident indicator on global EV demand? And how do you expect those prices to kind of track over the next several quarters? Thank you.
Man, I wish I had a crystal ball to answer your question. I don't know if we can provide a question that would that would have any value really. I think we're in uncertain times, and if somebody's got a crystal ball they can lend me, I'd really like to borrow it. But these are uncertain times. My guess is it's economic stormy weather for about a year or so, and then if we'll call it roughly 12 months, and then this is my guess. It's just pure speculation. Stormy weather for about 12 months, and then provided there are no major geopolitical wild cards that show up, things start getting sunny around spring next year.
The only thing I would say on the EV materials markets, they're not all super liquid, and some of them, for example, less than single digit percentage of the market is actually traded on the spot market. And not only are they not super liquid, there's not storage isn't particularly facile for all of the materials. So small mismatches in supply and demand drive large price swings, not really real price swings, but just temporarily large price swings. So it's hard to read into those price swings. I don't know, Karn, if you want to add anything.
Well, but this is Karn, by the way. We are seeing, as Elon mentioned, quite a bit of softening in the lithium carbonate market. This was, 6 months ago, we were trading at $85,000 a ton, and today's spot price is about 26. So there's been a dramatic decrease in that. Of course, we were able to take advantage of low lithium pricing earlier on with fixed price contracts, and we find that this is going to be another opportune moment to basically extend that into the later half of the decade. But we at the quantities we're procuring, we're not as impacted by the spot market because we have those contracts in place, and we're just going to be going and doing more of that. The other thing that's happening is because of the price spike, a lot of the companies that are in this business are becoming more ambitious about finding more upstream resources and exploring locations in Africa as well as South America. So that's also helping the macro situation with pricing.
Yeah. But just on the lithium front, to emphasize the choke point is much more on refining capacity than it is on mining. Lithium is actually is very common throughout the world, including in the U.S. and really in it's just a very common element on Earth is lithium. So it's much more a question of where's the refining capacity, and can the refining capacity keep up? That's really what matters more than where is the lithium ore. It's everywhere basically. I think that same question also extends to refining of the cathode, and to some degree refining of the anode. And this is why we've at Tesla we're building our lithium refinery capability at Corpus Christi, and our cathode refinery outside Austin.
It's a good idea.
It's worth noting. I hope other companies do the same thing. We'll have by far the most lithium refining capability and the most cathode refining capability in North America. I think probably more than everyone else combined, by a lot. So can other people please do this work? That would be great. We're begging you. We don't want to do it. Can someone please, instead of making a picture sharing app, please refine lithium, mining and refining, heavy industry. Come on.
It's fun. It's actually fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's real.
You have a customer. We're here, ready to buy.
Yeah, that's right.
I just want to emphasize, Tesla's not doing this because we want to do it. We have a lot of fish to fry, obviously, but we're doing it because others aren't doing it, and we wish others would do it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Let's go to Emmanuel Rosner from Deutsche Bank. Hey, Emmanuel,
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you so much for taking my question. Maybe a first question for Elon on your pricing strategy. So if I understand your message, you're saying
they won't answer this.
You know, Tesla feels it's worth maximizing the volume, increasing the size of the fleet as fast as you can, because you'll be able to monetize this over the life cycle of the vehicle. Can you be a little bit more specific around ways you would be able to monetize sort of like this existing fleet in the future? Obviously, I think autonomous seems to be a big piece of it. By my understanding was that robotaxi would probably be for the next generation vehicle, not the existing one. So I guess in which ways would you monetize it?
Sorry, the robotaxi terminology can be a bit confusing because that's sort of like a generic term for our next generation vehicle. And we obviously are working on a next generation vehicle. It's going to be very compelling. This is just not the time to talk about it in detail as a product. So we internally call it robotaxi, but really all of the vehicles that have hardware 3, which is the vast majority of our fleet, we believe will achieve full autonomy. So they will be like a Model 3 or Model Y would be a robotaxi, a robotic taxi. So yeah, that's to the best of my knowledge that we believe the current hardware can achieve full autonomy.
Understood. And then maybe a question for Zach, back on the automotive gross margin. So I guess a few months ago, even after major price cuts, you felt pretty strongly that 20% automotive gross margin was still probably a reasonable floor. Obviously, the macro has gone worse, and additional price cuts have happened. Is there anything else that has changed in terms of the outlook? Is it just the macro deteriorating? Is it the competitive landscape? Anything else that sort of like makes you think differently around the full year? And is there a way therefore to frame a floor?
Yeah, about half of the miss against that previous conversation last quarter is attributed to adjustments we made in pricing in the second half of the quarter. I guess you could argue that lowers the floor in a sense. We've also made pricing adjustments so far this quarter, so that brings it down further. About the other half of the miss in Q1 was attributed to things that are non-recurring. So I mentioned these in my opening remarks. It's a warranty adjustment for cars that were previously produced, but not part of the pedigree of cars we're building now. And some autopilot related deferrals as we make some technology changes here that those deferrals should get recognized once some of the software catches up. So those two things are non-repeating. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
Yeah, there's really two macro factors that are tricky. The biggest being the interest rate. So if there's a very high Fed rate or interest rates are very high, that is every time that the Fed raises interest rates, that's equivalent to increasing the price of a car. It makes the cars less affordable because people are able to buy cars as a function of what they can afford on a monthly basis. So it's just almost directly equivalent to a price increase is any kind of interest rate increase. Then the other factor is whenever there's uncertainty in the economy, people will generally postpone new capital purchases like a new car. This is a natural human reaction. So if people are reading about layoffs and whatnot in the press, they're like, well, they might be worried about they might be laid off, so then they'll be naturally a little more hesitant than they would otherwise be to buy a new car. Now this is just the nature of the auto industry. But there will be a tremendous amount of pent up demand for new cars. So but it goes through cycles.
Thank you. Let's go to Ben Kalo from Baird. Ben, go ahead and unmute.
Hey guys, you know what, Elon, when you talk about many fish to fry, you talked about Dojo being a product that you can sell outside of Tesla. How do we rank all the things you have going on, and then in the economic environment? I mean, like heat pumps and everything else you have going on versus investing in the vehicle business, or is that not the right way to look at it?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but I'd look at Dojo as like kind of a long shot bet. But if it's a long shot bet that pays off, it'll pay off in a very, very big way. But potentially, potentially in a very, very big way. Like, in the multi-$100-billion level. But the thing with still put it in the long shot category, but long shot with a multi-$100-billion, potential outcome. And so it's a bet worth making, but not one you can sort of say like, oh, take it to the bank type of thing. Although these days, take it to the bank, it's maybe not as secure as it used to be. And
just not Silicon Valley
heat
Bank.
Pumps, and that is on our list that over time is to do a really good heat pump for homes and commercial offices and stuff. And we have the technology; it's really good, but it's still a back burner item. Our focus is very much on vehicles, autonomy, stationary storage, basically solving sustainable energy and solving autonomy, which would be like I said, solving autonomy. If we're able to have a fleet of several million vehicles that, with a software update, can be potentially worth several times their original value, that will be, if that happens, that will be and I think it will happen. That'll be the biggest asset value increase in history, I think.
I'm just going to do that whenever he starts robotaxi.
So pricing, a lot of pundits talk about pie and losing share or gaining share, but how do you guys look at pricing versus EVs or ICE vehicles, or does that not come into the equation? Sorry to ask about pricing again.
This guy needs to drink some helium.
No, and it's really just like we're every day we get a daily real-time update of how many cars were ordered yesterday, how many cars were produced yesterday. We must have if there's a company that's got more real-time data than Tesla, I'm not sure there's any company on earth that has better real-time data than Tesla, except maybe SpaceX, Starlink. So, because like we don't have to, for the other car companies, they will make the cars, send them to the dealers, then the dealers will sell the cars, and and then it takes quite a long time for them to get the data back to actually figure out how many cars were sold. Whereas we know how many cars were ordered yesterday throughout the world. So our fingers on the pulse is real time and does not have latency, whereas the other car companies have a lot of latency in their data.
I didn't think about that.
As does the government. The government has a lot of latency in their data. So we're just looking at and saying, okay, what does it take to achieve a clearing price for our vehicle production? And then we make a pricing change and we see what happens immediately. And adjust course. So we're adjusting course, and we're thinking about it literally every day, 7 days a week. Every 7 days a week, I look at that email, and so does the rest of the team. And we try to make the least dumb decision that we can. And on balance, I think our decisions are pretty good. Sometimes they'll be, dumb, but on average, they're, I think, better than the rest of the industry.
Just to add on the question about EV market share or ICE, This comes up a lot. I think a lot of the public debate is around this concept of EV market share. We don't look at it that way. I mean, we look at it as market share of cars. It's the car market, not the EV market. And actually, the mission of the company requires internal combustion engine cars to be switched over to electric vehicles. So that's what we pay attention to.
Yeah, I've said that last time too. You guys got to stop looking at it as the EV market. It's how many cars are we selling? Just start looking at it that way.
All cars will be EVs. It's it's gonna. I've said this for a long time. We'll look back. I don't know. Assuming civilization's still around in 20 years, we'll look back on internal combustion engine vehicles the same way we look back on external combustion engine vehicles, which like a steam engine. A steam engine is an external combustion engine vehicle, and there's still a few around. They're kind of quirky and kind of cool collector's items. That's how gasoline cars will be in the future.
Thank you. Let's go to Colin Rush from Oppenheimer. Colin, go ahead and unmute, please.
Thanks so much, guys. Can you talk a little bit about how much of the actual cost structure is variable, on these vehicles, and if you could give us a range on plus or minus the lithium cost within those contracted volumes that you're seeing?
Well, I think you have to. I'll again, we'd really love to have a crystal ball here, but we don't have it. Depending on what time scale you're looking at, most of the car is variable. So most of the car cost is variable. So, and probably, if I were to guess, I think we will see improved costs from suppliers. I think we will.
Yeah.
That is our expectation.
Yep, and we're already starting to see that. Elon, I think you'd mentioned before we anticipated a crash in the lithium prices, and some of that has flowed through by way of lithium carbonate reductions into battery cost. And the same thing will happen with lithium hydroxide. The length of the supply chain matters also, because what we're talking about is very far upstream. So by the time it makes it into the battery that ends up in a car, it'll be several months. But beyond just the commodity pricing, as Zach mentioned earlier, we're also very focused on other metrics that make production very efficient. So, for example, detention and demurrage, air expedites. I think our air expedites are down 90%. Detention and demurrage is down 93% from the peaks. That can be hundreds of thousands of dollars per vehicle. So we're sort of attacking all vectors and becoming very efficient.
Okay. And then my follow-up is really around stationary storage demand on the utility scale. I mean, obviously there's a gigantic queue for interconnection in the U.S. And can you talk about the volume of quotation you're seeing at this point around stationary storage for that renewables queue on a global basis, and how much of that is converting into actual sales?
Drew, you want to take that?
I mean, I don't. That's also not exactly how we look at it, really. We're not we're not engaged in the interconnection queue. Like, we're focused on ramping Megapack as quickly and efficiently as we can, and we have visibility into the pipelines of a variety of different renewable energy and just pure stationary storage developers, and we also develop our own projects. And we're mostly just we're being selective and trying to pick the projects that best fit our mission and our objectives.
Yeah, this is not a product call, but we'll have something. I mean, we're making improvements on many fronts, including Megapack. So I think some of those improvements will improve the speed at which you can connect the Megapacks to the grid.
Thank you. The next question is from Mark Delaney from Goldman Sachs.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. Do you still see 2 million units as an upside case for volume this year? And is the gating factor for reaching 1.8 million or 2 million units in 2023 still supply chain, as was mentioned on your last conference call, or is it more about demand at this point?
Well, if you have a crystal ball, you can lend me back to the crystal ball situation. These are volatile times. From a production standpoint, if things go well, we've got a shot at 2 million vehicles this year. But that is the upside case. And we feel comfortable with 1.8. And we'll just have to see how this year unfolds.
So anyway, crystal ball.
That's helpful, thanks. And then the company had spoken at the Investor Day and some of the past conference calls about opening up its vehicle charging network. Can you speak to some of the feedback you've been getting from both Tesla owners and non-Tesla owners, and how the ramp of the charging network may progress from here? Thanks.
Have they opened any
Drew,
more?
you want to take it?
Sure, I'll take it. Thanks.
Yeah. So as you may have seen, we opened our first V4 post in Europe and our Magic Dog post in North America in Q1.
I'm going to check
and that is,
right now.
Indicative of the direction we're heading with, universal compatibility for all vehicles of, no matter where the charge port is, et cetera, in all major markets. And we're going to continue to roll out those sort of improved offerings as we build new stations. We're always balancing like our ability to serve our own customers with our ability to serve new customers when doing that. I think we've been able to balance it rather well. For example, in Europe, 50% of all of our supercharging stations are open to all EVs, and we've been able to do that without any increase in wait times at all for anybody. So we're going to continue to take a similar approach as we do this in North America and China over the coming quarters.
They haven't opened up any new ones.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Rod Lash from Wolfe Research.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to first just follow up on your comments in your letter about leveraging your cost position as others struggle with unit economics, and also taking into account the lifetime revenue, actually in a way that most other automakers will never see, just given your service network and supercharging and other attributes. Can you just maybe give us a sense of how far you'd be willing to take this? Are there brackets around the range of initial margin that you'd be comfortable with? And again, any color that you might provide on the updated range of margins that you'd expect in the auto business?
I think we may have answered this question or tried to answer this question a few times, but it's difficult to say what the margin will be. It depends on what the macroeconomic environment is like, So, for example, if the Fed were to lower the rates, that would be super helpful for demand. If they raise them, that just raises the interest cost that buyers have to pay to buy a car, so it reduces affordability and therefore reduces demand. So it's, but if if we look past, say, this year or like go sometime next year, middle of next year or something, I think things are looking really. I think like I said, we'll best throw if there's some major geopolitical wild card that turns up. But in the absence of that, I think I would be very optimistic about middle of next year and the next year.
Yeah, and just to add to Elon's comments, just two other points. What's really important for us this year, in addition to just managing the day-to-day of the business, but is also investing in, as Elon mentions, what 2024 and 2025 will look like. And so, using the cash generated from the sale of products today and reinvesting that, this is very important for us. I think that what happens to margins over the next couple of quarters only matters in the context of what that means for our ability to reinvest into 2024 and 2025. And we have a lot of space before that becomes something that we have to revisit our investment plans. And so, we're planning to keep the business healthy. But I just want to caution folks about reading too much into what happens over the near term here, because we're very focused as a company on making sure that when we exit this macroeconomic situation, this company is positioned in the best possible way.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to elaborate on that point, though, the revenue the long-term lifetime revenue that you're targeting from each vehicle is massive. So if you took that to the extreme, it would seem that you'd be comfortable with a relatively low initial margin. Am I
Correct.
misinterpreting that, or is that exactly right? And just
that is exactly right.
Okay. And the normally in a recession, when consumers feel less financially secure, actually price elasticity deteriorates. Just based on your pulse taking of the consumer, do you have a view on elasticity of demand?
Well, I can't emphasize enough the whole just fundamental question of affordability. For most people, their ability to buy a car is a function of can they make the monthly payment or not. And so like I said, if interest rates are really high like they are right now, then in some cases people can't get a loan at all. So it's and I think probably banks are pretty not leaning forward in providing loans. I expect these days. So so that's but like there is quite a powerful story here when you going back to something that was alluded to a moment ago, or mentioned a moment ago, that Tesla is in a uniquely strong strategic position, because we're the only ones making cars that technically we could sell for zero profit for now, and then yield actually tremendous economics in the future, but through autonomy. No one else can do that. I'm not sure how many people will appreciate the profundity of what I've just said, but it is extremely significant.
Well, it hasn't happened after 8 years.
Thank you. Let's go to Adam Jonas from Morgan Stanley.
Hi, everybody. So first, Elon, good luck with tomorrow's launch at Boca Chica.
Stop.
Break a leg.
We definitely we can't have too much luck in the rocket business, that's for sure.
That's incredible.
Not the right time.
So now that you've gotten to know the Twitter architecture kind of intimately over the past 6 months, what can you tell Tesla stakeholders about how an X.com or super app could be potentially accelerative to Tesla's business model?
Well, I don't know. I guess it could make it potentially make it easier to buy cars. So, but we are straying somewhat off topic here because this is
okay. All right.
I think there's some benefit. I think probably there's some benefit. Yeah, sure.
I get it, Elon. So just as a follow-up on manufacturing, you're a student of history, and you'll know that back in 1913, Henry Ford introduced the moving assembly line in Highland Park, Michigan, and the price of a Model T, which had already, been undercutting cars around the time, fell another 70 or 80%, and hundreds of rival car companies went bust.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if history is repeating itself here, Elon, and that the recent pattern of cuts with you is way ahead of the cost curve compared to competition, or is this? It seems like it's a calculated strategy, not just in reaction to competition or changing supply demand in the market, but could we catalyze some Darwinian forces in the EV market?
What?
Well, I mean, we're not trying to say take pricing actions in order to be deliberately undermine competitors or anything like that. We really don't think about competitors that much. We just look at, do people like our cars? How can we make the product better? Can they afford our cars? And the sort of the things like improving service and whatnot. But like I said, we do have this unique strategic advantage that we have. We're making a car that if autonomy pans out, and we think it will, where that that asset is actually will be worth a hell of a lot more in the future than it is now. So it is technically possible to sell it at zero profit, but still have the net present value of future cash flows associated with that asset be very significant.
Yeah. And service and charging and insurance and all of these other ongoing revenue streams that other companies don't have.
Drew's acknowledging maybe not robotaxi.
Certainly, we want all EVs to succeed too. We just want to say that we're not in like some malicious attack to try to just crush everybody.
Definitely not. We're like opening up superchargers. We've made our patents available for free. So it's like we're trying to be helpful here, you know. So we're not out to just destroy competitors or anything like that. We're trying to help competitors, frankly, in any way that we can.
Thank you. Let's go to Dan Levi from Barclays.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. First question, you're ramping supply at Austin and Berlin. So I wanted to understand just how critical it is to further increase volume at those plants just to get the vertical integration benefits in the face of the sort of market with some demand questions. And just broadly, should we historically you've been operating at the pace at which your supply allows you to produce as opposed to gauging to demand. Should we generally expect that you're going to continue to produce at your whatever the max capacity that you're allowed within your supply constraints, regardless of what the broader economic environment is, just to continue to get that volume out there?
That is, yes. I mean, there could be like obviously a macro shock that is so severe that people just stop buying cars for some reason. But in the absence of that, we will continue to grow output at a rapid clip.
Great, thank you. And then
he sounds very
just
confident.
On the margins associated with Austin and Berlin. You mentioned Austin and Berlin have a margin drag until you reach intended volumes. I don't know if you can disclose what those volumes are. Then maybe you could just remind us of what the margin profile of Austin and Berlin will look like versus Shanghai once you get the vertical integration benefits in place.
Well, probably won't have be quite as good as Shanghai. Shanghai is hard to, has a very efficient cost structures. Obviously our lowest cost structure in the world. But we do expect to be make significant improvements in Austin and Berlin. And continue to make improvements in Fremont as well. So,
we've increased, this is Roshan by the way, we increased our localization efforts. So that will then drive down our days on hand requirements. We've made 10% quarter-over-quarter improvement in days on hand. So we'll continue that path as the localization improves.
Okay. Thank you very much. And our final question comes from Philippe Houchois from Jefferies.
Yes, good evening. Thanks for taking the question. It's slightly longer term. I completely agree with your comments that we should look at Tesla in terms of auto market share, not EV market share. But I'm just wondering, as you build up the market share globally, is there a limit to the direct selling business model as you practice it? And should we think about going forward, you need to look into the agency or using importers to basically develop market share more smoothly, I guess, globally? And so in other words, is there kind of a sell by date for the direct business model as you practice it today?
It seems to be working well so far.
Because we hear different feedback from customers who miss the human interaction or unhappy with the service. And I'm just wondering if you're seeing some growth pains in there that would lead you to change. You're not seeing that.
Well, I mean, there are, since we're always going to have some growing pains where, at times, and it depends on which geography we're talking about, where sometimes service is behind sales, sometimes it's ahead of sales. This is, Tesla's growing, I believe, faster than any company in history that makes a large, complex manufactured object. So, these are, if you're trying to max, it's always difficult to match exponentials. So, but I think it is helpful to have the feedback loop with our service, because that means we feel the pain of service, and then we can adjust the design to make the car need less service. And I think that gives us the right incentive structure, because the best service is no service. The car doesn't break. And whereas if you have, say, a dealer network that is reliant upon service as a revenue, then you arguably have a misalignment of incentives, where they're making money on service, but actually we want to, the best thing for the consumer is the car doesn't need servicing.
Sometimes you get hit by someone else, though.
And on that front, if I can follow up, have you worked out, I mean, for many of your traditional competitors, a fair amount of profits for them comes from selling spare parts and servicing. And you don't have that in your profit structure. And have you worked out how much of a deficit you have compared to your peers?
Yeah, actually, this one's something I could wax on about for a while, because really people didn't understand that the best short-selling argument against Tesla for the longest time was the fact that Tesla does not have an existing fleet, and that the auto industry, the reason incumbents succeed and newcomers fail, the biggest reason is that the incumbents have a large fleet, and they're able to sell new cars at close to zero margin, and then sell spare parts at a very high margin, sort of, razors and blades type thing. And so the only way to actually succeed, for a newcomer to succeed, is to have a product that is so compelling that people are willing to pay a premium over the incumbent product. And in the absence of electrification and autonomy, I don't think a newcomer can succeed.
Wow.
Thank you very much, everyone. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this quarter. We'll see you again in 3 months from now. Thank you.
Okay. That's it, guys. Well, it was a bit more eventful than I thought it was going to be. Basically, Elon reiterating what he meant by the energy business growing to be greater than automotive. He's saying not exactly revenue-wise, but gigawatt-hour-wise. So probably some people misunderstanding that terminology, expecting it to make more money than the automotive business. He's saying might not, which I think is fair. Just considering how much people spend on cars versus Powerwalls alone. I know that doesn't factor in Megapack and all that, but still, you're buying LFP batteries, and it's going to be a scaling battle for the energy storage business, less so of a pricing battle. I don't really think there's that many issues with energy storage pricing right now. There may be in the future, but I think the main issue is going to be how quickly they can scale production. But by far, probably the headlining thing, I'm debating right now if it's worth making a video on, is the Cybertruck delivery event being in the third quarter. Later in the call, he specified that it would be later in Q3. There's only 3 months in Q3, Elon, so to me, that's pretty much an indication that they're targeting around September. Boy, that's going to be a very busy, very busy time of year for me, because that's iPhone season, and on my other channel, that's usually when we're pretty busy talking about iPhone stuff. And now it sounds like Cybertruck stuff also going to be in September. So, that'll be a fun time, I guess. Yeah, I think that was kind of Elon's way of saying Lucid and Rivian are going bankrupt. I mean, I don't think they'll necessarily die, but probably not be a great stream of profitability. And I thought Lucid was on their way out, and then they did another huge capital raise. It's kind of the most mind-blowing thing to me, is that a company that has demand problems as bad as Lucid does has software problems as bad as they do. And honestly, from the owners I've talked to and from what I see online, even the quality control of Lucid's vehicles is not that great. So I basically thought they were terminal. I thought they were on their way out, but then they got another $1 billion from the Saudis, and it feels like they just they should be dead, but they're not, because there's enough investment funds that keep pouring money into them. I don't know why these investment funds don't want to pour money into Aptera, which has way more demand, way better margins, and a way larger addressable market, in my opinion. But I guess it's just a matter of time. Hopefully Aptera has some good news for us here soon. But Rivian also has a lot of revenue coming in, and their CFO said they're on track to be profitable next year. So, well, I mean, I think what Elon said was that if the newcomer is not electric and or autonomous, or I think he said something like that. I'm not sure if he said and or. But Rivian is electric. They may not have the autonomous aspect of it, but I think that's him saying, like, you got to have one or both of those things in order to sustain the future. But of course, Elon is far more bullish on robotaxis. I was very, very annoyed to hear him once again. Here we are in April 19th of 2023, and Elon is saying by the end of this year they're going to have full self-driving all figured out. Okay. I'm going to hope he didn't mean level 5, but at this point, like, I guess you could make the argument that FSD take rate would improve if they at least achieved level 3. That's all I've wanted, but now it's gotten to the point where I don't know, but before I bought my Tesla, I really liked the idea of self-driving the car, but now that I've owned it, I like autopilot, I like driver assist functionality, but I kind of also like driving the car, like being in control, or, you know, I just, when you try to save as much money as you can on gas and oil changes and smog checks and brake pad replacements, you know, there's all these cost-saving advantages of getting a Tesla, but then to just have all these people, when I post my road trip video, that are like, well, Drew, you need to get full self-driving for $200 a month. And I'm like, so now it costs more than a gas car does. Sure, maybe it's a bit more autonomous, but I did a road trip with full self-driving and I was not impressed. So I'm at the state now where I'm not really interested in trying it again until it's level 3. I have just kind of lost all interest in being the beta tester. I don't want to be the guy that has to pay $200 a month just to find all of the flaws, and I still have to keep my hands on the wheel, and I still have to keep my eyes on the road, and it still makes mistakes left and right. I've experienced it. I've tried it. Nothing I've experienced has convinced me that, oh, it's just around the corner, we're so close. If anything, the more I experience it in person, the less I believe in it. I tend to believe in robotaxis a lot more. You know what's funny is I finished the poll. It says 75% yes, 24% no. Where's the last 1%? I don't get it. But, like, back when we watched Autonomy Day, I was much more convinced that robotaxis were around the corner. Same thing with, like, AI Day. After watching that, it felt a lot more real. It felt a lot closer. But whenever I get in a car with full self-driving beta and ride around in it, that's when I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think so. Just funny because there's just so many Tesla bulls that are like, you have to try it and you got to sit in the car. And I'm like, yeah, I did. No, that made it worse. I believed in it a lot less after I sat in it. I think inherently AI in machine learning is just incredibly good at making things seem almost done. Whether it's DALL-E 2 or ChatGPT, it's really good at being like, wow, it's so close, but it's not quite there, but in just a few more years. But then it's never there, even after it's just a few more iterations, it's just a few more updates, and then they'll get there, but then they never do. That's been kind of my running theory with a lot of AI machine learning projects. Hi, Visualizer. I'm doing well. It's kind of bright in here, so I don't know if this is cringe or not, but I'm in my car, so we're kind of on the cringe train already. I'm tempted to just, yeah, I kind of look cool and my eyes feel more relaxed. I'm live. My sister is just trying to say hi. I don't know what, but yeah, I do think it's hilarious. Elon keeps admitting this year after year. well, I don't know if hilarious is the right word, but I like the way Drew Baglino weighed in on it today. I'm such a fan of Drew Baglino. I really want him to take over, or Tom Zhu. Frankly, I think that Elon is more focused on... Elon is probably more focused on things that I don't think Tesla needs to focus on. Like, Elon's time spent at Tesla is likely designated towards full self-driving, robotaxi, and Tesla Bot. I think that's probably where all of Elon's time and attention is going. And those are all things that I don't think are going to pay off as much as he thinks. They might pay off a little bit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get limited robotaxis later in the decade, like around 2029, 2030. But it might just be in the Bay Area, or it might just be in some regions of Austin during certain times of the day, and kind of similar to Tesla testing Tesla's being used in the Boring Company. You know, there's people driving them, even though we're like, hey, aren't they supposed to be autonomous? It's like, yeah, well, eventually they still have a manual driver driving around all the vehicles all the time. So essentially what I mean is in limited volumes, it'll probably exist, but not at the extreme scale that Elon's thinking of. Oh, well, we just send out an update and now there's millions of robotaxis making all this kind of money. You own a Tesla YouTube channel. Reviewing FSD is kind of your job, though. Well, that's not true. I don't have Tesla associated in the brand. I am an EV channel. And I started my channel not reviewing cars, not reviewing software. I started this channel covering news involving electric vehicles that mostly involves Tesla, because Tesla is most of the EV market. But no, this channel was not founded or based on the concept of reviewing the performance of full self-driving. I've made videos talking about it, and the more videos I make on it, the more I realize it's not that great. Basically, the more videos I did on it, for one, I can tell you the videos I've done on full self-driving beta tend to not perform as well as my videos talking about the actual hardware, the cars themselves, talking about range, pricing, battery packs, options. Like my best performing videos on this channel have always been Cybertruck related, which has basically nothing to do with full self-driving. If anything, kind of the opposite. But we talk far more about this channel is long distance towing with all electric vehicles. And by the way, autopilot doesn't even work when you're towing something on the vehicle right now. So it's like a whole nother discussion about trying to get robo-taxis working. You ain't hungry in your car. Let's hit the Mickey. Mickey D's sound good right now. No, we've got some leftovers I think I gotta eat. But no, in my opinion, it would be wasteful to review, because for one, the software that I would get, assuming I did pay for full self-driving, would be older versions, less relevant versions than the people that are in the limited access program, which you can't just get in. You can't just ask Tesla, can you put me on the early access updates? No, there's a bunch of Tesla YouTubers that already get updates early just because they were at the right place at the right time. So those guys like Chris from Dirty Tesla or Omar from Holmar's catalog, they're always getting full self-driving updates earlier than the rest of us are. So even if I paid for it, I would be reviewing older code. And the videos I've done on it didn't perform that well. So I don't know what you guys expect ad revenue wise, but I'd be losing money on those videos. Most of my videos do not surpass $200. And even if they did hit $200, I would have to put in the time, energy, and wear out my tires more and drive around more and risk my privacy more for the sake of, well, I want to get a video done. It makes $200 and now I've made nothing. I broke even. So that's why it just doesn't seem worthwhile to me. My audience doesn't seem that interested in it. I don't think in the YouTube creator space personally that you're in a good position if you're trying to force interest in things. If you're genuinely interested in things, you will point out details, or you will make comments, or you will find the attributes of that subject that are more interesting to people. And that continues to bring people back. Whereas if you're interested in... Samuel says no sound, really? thing
is a huge recommend to me. I think most people are fine with the standard range battery.
What's going on? I'm getting random playback. What just happened? Things. You will point out details, or you will. I think everyone else is getting sound. OBS says I'm providing sound. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not just on your end, Samuel? Anyway, what was I saying? I think that if you fake interest in things, you will inherently not point out or make as great points about the subject. There's a lot of FSD videos. I agree with that, Tyrell. There's a lot of channels all covering it. And that just requires a much larger sunk cost to get into. Okay, Fizzwizzle hears me. That's good. Just got free time. Are we still rich? Says Randy. No. Of course, Tesla had a great quarter, and their margins were in line with Wall Street expectations. So they're doing fine. And of course, because fine is just fine, the stock is tanking. It's down over 5% after hours. But called it. Just saying. I'm glad you can hear me. That's good. Please provide Faraday future updates. Again, that's another subject of just like, I'm not interested because there's just too many dang electric crossovers. They need some way to stand out. You gotta have some way to do something different in order to. There's so much EV news, right? Like, you can basically make a YouTube channel purely covering Tesla. There's enough going on at Tesla all the time that you really don't need to cover more than that. I like going outside of Tesla because there's other genres or other brands that are more interesting to me sometimes, whether it be Rivian or Lucid or Aptera. There's other brands that do things that catch my attention. Even Ford is doing some things that I'm really interested in. But if you don't have some way of standing out, I just can't get into it. It's like, I tried to look up Faraday Future, which I thought was dead. It's impressive that they came back, but I looked into the product and it's basically just same old. Yeah, we want to make a high-end luxury EV with good range. Wow. No one's thought of that before. Oh my God. It's like, what do we talk about in those videos? Oh, it looks like a car. It's kind of fast. It's like, does it have knacks? Just that alone would make it instantly more interesting to me if they at least had the North America charging standard. They probably don't, based on the fact that no one is talking about it. So another CCS vehicle that's going to rely on a crappy charging standard so that they can try to make some high margin vehicles up front and then use that money to make a lower price. I've seen this one. It's like that's what all these other brands are, the ones that are kind of unoriginal. It's like your Fisker Oceans or your VinFast. It's a rerun. That's all those companies are. They're reruns of Tesla. They're like, oh yeah, that was really good. Let's do that. Start high, work your way down. But just, I don't know, not try as hard, I guess. I don't know, the software, the hardware, none of it seems as impressive to me. If you do something a little bit unique or a little bit different, Canoe is at least unique. I admit I would rather Canoe fail than Aptera fail. I really want Aptera to succeed more than any other EV startup at this point. But I do think that Canoe at least was trying to come up with some kind of iconic design. Oh, Mike in the Woods, really? You missed the entire earnings call. Any big news? I'd say the biggest news was Elon essentially said that the Cybertruck delivery event will be this September. To me, that was the most interesting part. He didn't exactly use the word September, but he said later in Q3, which is another term for there's only 3 months in Q3. So if he's saying later in the third quarter, that's basically September. Yeah, I'm very happy with the Model 3 pricing. I love that price. $3,750 federal tax credit deducted from about $40,000 exactly. That makes it around $36,000 for an LFP rear-wheel drive. This car is amazing. As someone who's driven this vehicle over 2,000 miles in the past couple weeks, I love this car. It's not perfect. I don't mean to say it's flawless, but I really do love this vehicle. And I want as many people to have the pleasure of driving it as I have. On FSD, I think you should have a discussion with Holmar's catalog on the progress of FSD. I've talked to him before on Twitter, but I just don't think there's much to talk about. The problem that me and Randy as well, Randy's another owner of Full Self Driving that is very skeptical of it, and has publicly stated that he wishes he could refund the money, and he said if he would have known that we'd still be in the beta testing stage at this point, he wouldn't have bought it. I watched the videos on it. I watched Chris from Dirty Tesla. I think you can be vastly improved and not very close. Again, the way I describe it is like watching a snail climb a mountain. It's like, yeah, you can come back to the snail in 3 years and say, wow, look how fast this snail got to this point, but there's still an entire mountain to go. If we saw some kind of... Our biggest issue with Full Self-Driving progress is we're not seeing results other than, oh yeah, I guess occasionally you can do a no intervention drive, but there's still those edge cases, there's still those construction zones, and also Tesla doesn't assume more liability, which is the inevitable next step. If they don't assume more liability, then this is still just a very, very fancy level 2 system. As long as it's a level 2 system, we're going to continue saying, okay, it's not that close. You got to start with level 3, and that can eventually work your way to level 4. And level 4 at least is what you need to have a robotaxi. You clickbaited last night. I thought we were actually getting an almost 400-mile Model 3. Well, I didn't say almost 400 like other articles did, but also I put 47,000 pounds in the thumbnail for a reason. I don't think that was clickbait personally. I did the math. I could have said 394-mile range, which is what Tesla themselves said, but I thought that was misleading. So I intentionally rounded the range down to make it in line with the EPA range, which is what my audience is more interested in, and I called it secret because they didn't make a formal announcement about it. But no, it's a real vehicle. It's just it's the secret model. No, I don't follow Dr. Know-It-All, sorry. Tesla's not at level 5. You don't know what the definition of level 5 is if you think Tesla's at level 5. What's wrong with Model 3? I envy everything about it. Who said something's wrong with Model 3? Randy says Cybertruck will launch in 2024. I'm still standing by that. I'm still standing by consumers will get it in 2024 and employees will get it in 2023. That's my go-to guess. My charging experience with my LFP Model 3 is the same as yours. Okay. Except for the 10-minute turn-off error. Yeah, that was an issue with just the Boardman, Oregon supercharger. I never experienced that anywhere else. It's weird. So I don't think there's much of a discussion to be had with Holmar's catalog, because we're basically just going to say, I think it'll get there eventually, and I'm going to say, I don't think it will. I think we can be doing this. We've already been doing this for like 3 years now. We've been doing this. Oh, wow, we got another update. It's so much better than before. Oh, wow, we got another update. It's so much better than before. But we need to get to the point where the interventions are like extremely rare before it would be ready for level 4. We would need to get to the point where there's like, you have to drive for tens of thousands of miles before intervening, and we're not at that point. We're maybe at every dozen miles, sometimes less depending on where you live. And I've seen updates where it performs really great. I've actually seen this go hand in hand because I follow Omar's updates and Omar's videos, but I also follow Chris from Dirty Tesla, and there will literally be one update where it performs better in Michigan, and on that same exact update it performs worse in the Bay Area. So I think there's a lot of, like Elon said on this earnings call, there's a ton of scenarios where an update brings it 1 step forward, 2 steps back. They fix one thing and then they break 2 other things, and then you have to fine tune it again and again. And I think there's inherently, like Chris has described, some blind spots built into hardware 3. And what I predict is far more likely is we're going to get to a point where Tesla, who has the big picture dilemma, is always going to be focused on how does the latest hardware perform. And once hardware 4 is out there with new camera positions and what have you, they're going to be focused on optimizing for that, because they can put hardware 4 in the robotaxi, and then they kind of leave everyone on hardware 3 in the dust because they say, oh, we'll get to you eventually, and then they can just indefinitely push you off, just like they pushed off the Roadster. Who's saying bad? No one said bad things about the Model 3. I have seen the latest beta videos, and they had to intervene pretty regularly. With current hardware 3 cameras, we will never get to level 4. I think level 4 is a deceptive one, because level 4, you could technically argue Smart Summon already enables. Level 4 just means that the car can drive without someone in the driver's seat in a geofenced area. So technically, as soon as you activate Smart Summon, it's kind of level 4, but that's not what really most people are referring to. But like Waymo and Cruise are at level 4, but they're in very limited regions. And I think that's probably what robotaxis will be at for a long time. Just in geofenced areas, they don't leave a certain proximity, and they only work at certain times of the day and when weather is good. I was working on timestamps on your latest EV podcast, but the file didn't say. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Plum. That's annoying. I'm building a deep cycle lead acid powered electric skateboard with a 100-kilometer range. My God, that's amazing. Good luck with that, Mike. Do I think the S and X will get some more price reductions? Yeah, I believe I said that earlier, but the inventory is... do I have that queued up? Where'd it go? No, I guess I closed the tab. I do believe that the data is pointing to... Let's find it here. Existing inventory. This is how I predict all my price cuts. When you see inventory climb like this, and it is climbing, it's well on its way. This is today. There's over 1,400 inventory listings of Model S and X. We got the $5,000 price drop here. Is when they sold out of a bunch. So if it climbs up again, I think we'll probably see another $5,000 price drop. I honestly think Model S and X, they'll probably even sell at a loss at a certain point. If there really just continues to be a lack of demand for them, there could end up being another floor where they kind of unlock more demand once the pricing reaches a certain amount. Maybe it's $69,420. That's about as cheap as I remember the Model S ever getting, at least in my coverage. Yeah, I'm with you, Randy. Driving a Tesla is more fun than FSD. The car's so much fun to drive, and I feel like all the people that are using FSD beta are usually driving by themselves, from what I can tell. Kind of makes a lot of people uncomfortable when there's others in the car. I saw it cut someone off or go in front of a pedestrian in the last video, and I was like, ugh! Okay. Oh, I said the Model 3 ain't perfect? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I wish there were accessibility handles. I wish the frunk was powered. I wish the display was bigger, had thinner bezels. I wish it had ventilated seats. I wish the quality control was better. We had panel gaps on ours. We have wind noise on ours, and the headrest stitching started coming apart. There's problems. There's no spare tire. That can be frustrating. There's things wrong with it. But it's still pretty much as perfect as it gets. The front cameras have too many blind spots. I think that there's a certain amount... What confuses me that Elon said on the earnings calls is that he says hardware 3 will be 2 to 3 times safer than a human, but hardware 4 will be like 8 to 10 times safer than a human. I'm like, okay, first of all, right now it's not safer than a human. That's why you expect a human to supervise it. But how can you anticipate what the local maximum is before you've hit it? That's the point of it being a local maximum. You don't know when you've peaked out performance-wise. You don't know when you're at the top of that hill with that current hardware, with that current software implementation. You never know when you're at the top. So what all that statement meant is that Elon thinks hardware 4 will be far safer than hardware 3. How much safer than a human, I think, is you can't really know. But fast enough and with better visibility, with better cameras that can see further with higher resolution, that part I can attest. Yeah, there's more variables, more data it can collect, and it can respond faster. So what happens when hardware 4 is capable of achieving level 3 or level 4, but hardware 3 isn't? Tesla has legally covered themselves so that they're not technically required to give you robotaxi access at any given time. that's all hypothetical on their part, but there's nothing in the fine print of your purchase of full self-driving says that you are guaranteed to make money off of it, or you are guaranteed to achieve that level of autonomous driving. Legal team at Tesla has done a fantastic job covering themselves, which means there's a very real chance I think all of the Hardware 3 cars could basically just be stuck with a very fancy, capable level 2 system. And it's cool to see how well it can drive itself, and a lot of the time it can do zero intervention drives, but ultimately you still got to pay attention. You still got to sit in the driver's seat. It's not going to go out and make you money. Yeah, they're first world problems, but that's why it ain't perfect. Perfect doesn't exist. It's a great vehicle, better than the other clunker EVs on the road. Yeah, I think you're looking for a fight with someone that's not here. No one's going to fight you on it. I bought the car. It's great. Tesla Vision probably also comparable to a snail climbing a mountain. Feels like it. I mean, they removed the sonar sensors in October. They didn't come out with a patch for it until 6 months later, and the patch for the occupancy network replacing Park Assist, not very good. Based on the videos I've seen of it and Randy's experience with it, Randy says it just shuts off. It just gives up. It just goes, I don't know. So there's been a lot of instances with following Tesla over the years where a lot of the time they just kind of leave people in the dust for the sake of, well, we'll fix that later. I've seen that happen from time and time again. Oh, we can fix that with software down the road, or we'll get to that eventually. And I think it's very possible that they could do like kind of what Waymo and Cruise are doing with limited robo-taxis in certain regions, but then just tell everyone with Hardware 3, we'll get to you eventually, and then put you on the back burner for 5, 10, 15, 20, who knows how long. Essentially infinite if they need to. Yeah, no car is perfect. Mike eats so many Cheetos. Yeah, Randy's in the chat says it shut off again today. When he tries to put the car in drive to see the park assist, it just unavailable. It just turns off. But they were like, hey, we're going to figure that out. Don't worry, we'll replace those functionalities with sensors. Oh, well. Heated steering wheel and seats, autopilot, unlock with smartphone. I would argue that the one I got has lifetime standard connectivity and the sonar sensors, which the new one didn't get. Also, mine came with the mobile connector. The new ones don't. So, I get it. They're cheaper, but also kind of worse in a few ways. Maybe not the biggest ways, but that's what I try to warn people when like earlier they were asking. I'm holding it wrong. Yes. Thank you, Adam. Essentially, people are like, oh, should I wait for this or should I wait for that? Tesla is constantly making their vehicles better and worse in different ways. You know, it's different directions. There's certain aspects of the new cars that are better than the old, and there's certain aspects that are worse than the old. So, and they're constantly changing, by the way, like over the course of 8 years, which is the average length of car ownership. And I think with EVs aging a lot better, they'll probably extend that to average ownership of 10, maybe 12 years. There's going to be so many changes that Tesla makes to their vehicles over the course of 10 to 12 years. Front-end refreshes, interior refreshes, CPU upgrades, hardware upgrades, camera upgrades, all that stuff. At a certain point, you just have to accept that you may find a year after ordering or 2 months after ordering, who knows, or 3 years after ordering, oh, that new one that came out is actually better than the one I bought. And you just have to accept that it will happen. There's no way around that. And there will be improvements made on new cars that you don't get because you don't have the hardware. And you have to come to terms with, when am I in a position where the car is at a reasonable price that I can afford, and I'm in a financial position where I'm comfortable spending that kind of money on the vehicle. That's you got to wait for that cross section. Are you happy with the product? It's not, will there be another product around the corner that I'm way happier with than this one? Because that's basically always going to be the case. And then once you get it, I just tell everyone, just cling on to the benefits that you have with that one and focus on that. And there may be updates, there may be refreshes, but just say, hey, good for the new customers, but not for me. I'm happy with the one I have. Because if you just play if you play the coulda, woulda, shoulda game, or, oh, I should have waited, or, oh, I should have bought this one, or I should have, you're never going to be satisfied. I mean, just look at the stock market. That's just a constant reminder of coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, once you know what a stock price was going to do, there's websites that tell you every day which stock or which crypto took off 10-20%. Okay, well, you should have poured your life savings in that a day ago, but you didn't know. There was no way to know. It wasn't possible to know. Same thing with Tesla's vehicles. There wasn't really a way to know for sure when they're going to implement something. So we're talking about possibilities with this Highland refresh and updated front design, maybe some updated interior design, maybe some new cameras, but we don't know how they're going to price it. It could go way higher. It could cost way more. They might remove some things that you really like. Maybe some of you like the gear stocks. They could remove the gear stocks. Or maybe you like the folding mirrors. That was another moving part that I noticed. A lot of the time when I get to my car, when I walk away from it, those mirrors go in and out, in and out. Maybe Tesla will remove those next. You know, they'll just keep the mirrors fixed in one position. Oh, but now it's more likely to get hit, and when you're in a tight space, yeah, okay. Tesla just said they don't care. They got rid of the fog lights. Now the headlight visibility isn't as good, or they made it harder to see out the back or something, or you know, there's constant changes like that where it's like, yep, it's gets a little better in some areas and gets a little worse in others. The best mirror is no mirror. Well, Tesla legally could remove the mirrors on the Model Y in Europe, and yet they don't. So I don't know why they're still holding on to them. Tesla's not using their own logic on that. I want an SUV-style Land Rover Tesla that can fit 8 people in storage like a Chevy Suburban. Rivian is probably your closest bet to that, but it's just inherently the Chevy Suburban is such a horribly inefficient vehicle. I understand why Tesla doesn't want to make it. For one, it doesn't sell at incredibly high volume compared to Tesla's own vehicles. Like they said today, the Model Y outsold all vehicles in the U.S. other than pickup trucks. It outsold every non-pickup truck. And that's a 5-seater. Most, you know, if most cars on the road had 5 people in them, you'd have a point, but we have data pointing to less than 2 people being in the car at most points. So it's a cool product. I hope they make it for you someday, but it is by definition kind of a niche. Taylor's a EV exclusive. I just picked up my Y and the windshield is fixed now. Now the Model Y is perfect. Hey! Congratulations, Randy. I'm glad you got your windshield fixed. Now I got to get mine fixed. No, I tried to fix mine. We're just going to hopefully... We got the little thing where you put resin into the crack and then you put a little sealant layer over it and then scratch it off. So hopefully the crack doesn't spread. But basically, we're going to try to see how far we can get before the windshield needs to be replaced, because windshields are kind of expensive. It's a great philosophy. Is the car right for me? If so, make the deal. Yeah, exactly. Tesla is working on a Sprinter for transport and freight. Is that like a secret, or is that news or something? I thought we all knew that at Investor Day like 6 weeks ago or whatever. For the majority of people in the world, 10 years from now, even a 2012 Model S will be the best car ever owned. I don't know. I heard a lot of issues about the 2012 Model S, but yeah, hopefully. I still see them from time to time. I still see those older Model S's with those older color options. People are driving them around. I don't know what the degradation is like on them, but oh, you got your estimate approved to get your door and rear quarter panel damage repaired. Wifey drove it into a concrete pillar. Uh-oh. Poor wifey. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's not horrible. Surprisingly, the early 2000s models did like 18 miles per gallon. Is that good? I hope you weren't trying to brag about 18 miles per gallon on an EV channel. When the car I'm sitting in is like 130 miles per gallon. You know, the Chevy Suburban got 18. That's not very good. Model 3, the best of the entire lineup. I think so, personally, but I'm biased. I will always be biased because I've had so many pleasant memories and such. I had such a great road trip with this car. It honestly made me debate if I'd even want to do that road trip with the Aptera because of how fun it was to stop at the superchargers and take a break and stretch my legs and rate the chargers and talk about the charging layout and all that. And My wife talked me back into it. My wife still really wants the 1,000 mile range Aptera, and I want it too. She kind of convinced me to get back into it, but still, other than that, this is basically the perfect car for us. We don't need a hatchback. We fit a ton of stuff, more stuff than we probably needed on our last trip. You know, Elon himself said that it won't be called the Model 2, but okay, we'll keep calling it the Model 2. The Model 2 may be better than the Model 3, but according to Dave Lee, I'm a poet and I didn't know it, that's not meant for the U.S. market. It'll be prioritizing the Latin America markets. It won't be sold here in the U.S. Most likely, I'm guessing you think the Model 2 is a compact. Compacts don't sell as well here. And it doesn't sound that different from a Model 3, personally, which is why I don't think they would even sell it here for a long time. Model Y is basically a Model 3 with a hatchback, if we're being honest. Better than the new ones. Okay, I see what Plump is saying. I don't know what the new Chevy Suburbans get, but 8 gallons a mile probably in that. Yeah, the Model Y is a great value, especially since it still qualifies for that full tax credit. That brings it down to close to the same price as the 3. I'm just impressed that they're finally building 4680 cells at a high enough volume that they can afford that. I wouldn't be shocked if probably not because of the range, but I was going to say maybe the all-wheel drive Model Y with 4680 cells, maybe it's the best seller right now, just for being the cheapest, but the long range is only a few grand more, so I personally think the Model Y long range is still probably the best. How big is Latin America market? That's, I don't know off the top of my head, but I assume pretty large. There's a ton of people. There's like over 200 million people in Brazil. I would assume it's larger than the United States, but it's kind of a different market. Not for the USA. Well, tell me what the best-selling cars in the USA are. Oh, wait, I'll tell you. Pickup trucks. And then after that, crossovers. And then after that, sedans. Compacts are not that. It's only being manufactured in Mexico for the inexpensive labor. I don't think you've done your research on manufacturing costs in Mexico. But are you saying Dave Lee is lying, NC Styles? You're saying Dave Lee interviewed an executive that told him that Giga Mexico is building cars for the Latin America market, not the USA, and he just made all that up? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, they're going to have to build out the infrastructure in Latin America, but that's what they talked about on the earnings call today. Their goal is to enter more markets. Tesla's current lineup covers the major segments of the United States other than the van. Where did you hear it's $4 in Mexico? That's not what I... Look up Nuevo Leon. You want me to do it for you? Nuevo Leon minimum wage 2023. 20% increase. Oh, daily wage, $207 a day. What does that translate to with like a 12-hour workday? Yeah, it's like $18 an hour if you were working 12 hours. Maybe you work 16 hours, that's $12 an hour. So where exactly are you getting $4 an hour? I'm not saying they won't sell it in the USA. I'm just saying it's not meant for the USA, but probably Asia. The smaller, cheaper cars do really, really well in Asia, and Asia has way more people than we do. There's like less than 400 million people in the US. There's like over 2.5 billion, I think close to 3 billion people that live in Asia. I'm not talking average salary, I'm talking minimum wage. Where'd you get $4? Compacts are great in Europe, yeah. I think Giga Berlin will probably build the Model 2 or whatever you want to call it after they finish Model Y ramping. That's probably going to be their next project. But no, Tesla doesn't hire people based on the average salary. They have to pay people based on what the minimum wage is. Minimum wage isn't that low. I'm not seeing any evidence. I just looked up Nuevo Leon minimum wage increased by 20% for 2023. Where are you guys getting this? You're just pulling it out of your head? I think it's low. Why? I don't know. Also, Dave Lee's a liar. Yeah, Model Y anything is probably the best. I understand why the Model Y is the best. It's kind of like the Swiss Army knife of Teslas. It's not too expensive, but it's got the practicality. Honestly, the more I was thinking about it, I don't think I've given the Model Y enough credit in this region. It's like the most efficient 7-seater vehicle of all time when you think about it. I believe the Model Y has better energy efficiency than the Model S ever did. The Model S technically had a 7-seater option with a jump seat, but some people don't count that. So yeah, I'm like probably converting 200 Mexico pesos to dollars. No, I'm talking, yeah, $207. So, yeah, 240 US dollars. March turn. Either way, I would like to hear your theory on $4 better than nothing. Sure, I would still like to hear your theory on why you think Dave Lee's just making stuff up. Compacts in general, even the cheap ones. The cheap cars are not what sell best in the United States. Just so we're clear. Yeah, I did hear about the BYD, Seagull, and CATL announcing production of the first sodium-ion battery. I'm still skeptical on those. I'm glad to hear that they're mass producing them. But I think that from what I've heard of Maxwell's research, sodium it's very low cost because there's basically a ton of it, but the main issue they were facing with sodium ion batteries was cycle life. You could get it cheap, but they degraded much faster than lithium ion. So I'd be curious to hear how they figured out the cycle life dilemma, basically. Okay, let me look this up. I think I see it is 20% per day. Rate for 23, 260. Pays for price 20. Okay, I apologize. I was reading the currencies wrong. That's my bad. Yes, the current that it's not $200. That math didn't make sense in my head anyway. It's not as high, but still, I'm more of the argument. It's not as high as I thought, but more of the argument was not that Dave Lee spoke to Tesla executives at Investor Day and said that Giga Mexico's focus is on Latin America, not the U.S. market. Yes, I was wrong. I admit that, but I haven't heard you address the Dave Lee interview. Tesla Mexico. I feel like it has this like broken mindset of, okay, the best-selling vehicle in the United States, I'm looking at one, my neighbor's right now. The best-selling vehicle in the United States for the past 40 years is the F-150, right? Why do people think that a compact car will suddenly outsell all the crossovers, all the pickup trucks in the U.S.? I mean, globally maybe, because it'll do well in Europe and it'll do well in Asia, but the U.S. market's very different. It'll be the biggest gigafactory made so far. It'll probably be an export hub to many regions, but USA, I don't think that's the primary target. I think that'll probably be the last country to get the Model 2 or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I know they've got their own lane and everything, but one lane's not going to matter when you've got a factory building 1 million cars a year. But they also announced that it's going to take longer than they thought to build as well. Yeah, I believe they said footprint wise, it doesn't need to physically be bigger because of the next generation vehicle platform. You can build it at a lower square space and still lower square footage and build the same number of cars. Not for the U.S. What's not for the U.S.? Tesla makes a K car. I don't even know what a K car is. But you ever think about hosting on Turo to have an excuse to get a second Tesla? I don't really want to get a second Tesla personally. Just because I like the one we have, but I don't like the idea, especially after watching Chris from... What? I think you're really misunderstanding the Investor Day, NC Styles. He said Giga Mexico will manufacture 700 million vehicles by 2050. 700 million. What do you mean? What is it? I'm trying to 20. They want to hit 20 million cars a year. So you're 700. Okay. Hosting on Turo after watching Chris from Dirty Tesla talk about it sounds kind of stressful. I don't live in an area where Turo is very popular in the first place. And you have to be aware that other people are going to be driving your car. They may wreck it. They may, insurance-wise, it gets a little confusing, and they may cause more curb rash or leave a mess in your car. I like knowing that my car is available for me at any time, and I can just come out and drive in it. And there's been many times over the past, 8 months of ownership, 9 months. Ever since we bought it, there's been tons of times where we're like, oh, shoot, we got to go to that now, or I got a call, or I got a text, a family thing, emergency or whatever, and like, oh, we got to go. So if I had left my car so that someone else on Turo could get it, but now I got to spend another 40 or 30, whatever it cost, probably $45,000. You got to factor in the sales tax and everything to get a second Tesla. Yeah, it just sounds like more work. I think the Model 2 will be out by 2024, 2025. I think that might be a tad generous considering the governor, whoever there, said that originally they wanted to have it done in a year, but it turned out that the factory floor was going to be a bit more complicated than they thought. So they said now their timeline is 12 to 15 months, and they haven't broke ground on Giga Mexico now. He's talking 12 to 15 months from the groundbreaking ceremony. So, excuse me, anytime next year I think would be a little soon. Put the Hyundai on Turo? It basically already is. My mom's driving it right now. We have our own family in-house Turo because my father-in-law was driving it around when he was visiting. Now my mother's here and she's driving it around. Randy's had horrible experiences with Turo. And Chris didn't have a great experience with Turo either, so I'm just not convinced it's a good idea. Have I done any degradation checks to see how much it's dropped? Worst, it's in the first year for LFP. That's the case with pretty much all battery packs. Phone batteries, laptop batteries, 2170 cells, 1865 cells usually get the most degradation in the first year. But yeah, last time I charged it to full, it said 266 miles, which is a range degradation of 6 mile range degradation, which is not much. I don't charge it to 100% every night, no, but you can. Tesla recommends it, but it's still a lithium battery, which means at higher states of charge, it does degrade it a little bit faster. But the reason Tesla recommends you do it is because with LFP, the voltage doesn't change as the battery pack goes down. So there's a little inaccuracies in it when it's going up and down all the time. So when you charge it to full, that helps it reset and know, okay, the battery pack's at its maximum capacity. So it helps with range estimates and knowing what your state of charge is by letting you charge it to full every so often. But you technically still can extend the cycle life by a little bit more if you don't charge it to full every day. But let's see. I want to talk about it. Of course he doesn't. I was kind of shocked to see that Giga Texas is already at 250,000 a year production. Such a fast ramp. Yeah, no, that's what Tesla's great at. There's some things I complain about when it's like robotaxi or level 5 autonomous driving, or there's right around the corner. It's coming. There's a lot of things I criticize, but the one thing that they do incredibly well is ramp up vehicle production. They cut costs, they simplify manufacturing, and I agree with Elon that is their biggest advantage. Tesla's biggest advantage is manufacturing efficiency. I only charge once per week, but I have to use superchargers. Oh, really? Why do you have to use? That's interesting. Let's see. I probably will do it. The last timestamps were charging virtually every couple minutes. It's a lot of work you guys put in. I can't keep up all the tangents, but I can just tackle tech and you can get EV if you want. That's nice. Riley and Plump, I appreciate both of you guys for trying to make the time codes work. We used to try to do it. It's just too complicated. We can't stay on top of it either. So just know we don't expect you to do it. Like, don't worry about it if you don't feel like doing it. But, oh wow, you were on Starbase on Monday. That would have sucked. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow. We'll see. No charging option? Not at all? Not even like 110? I finally got to use my 110 charger on the last road trip. That was fun. I would say for like 95% of the time I could have gotten by with the 110. You just leave it plugged in overnight. But there was a few times like we drove all the way back home, got home kind of late, and then the next morning had to pick up my mom from the airport, and I needed that NEMA 1450 in order to charge it all the way up to get to the airport and back the next day. But yeah, we charged it to full. It was at 100%, basically like 2 hours before we left. So it was just enough, but it was one of those scenarios where I was like, yeah, actually this is a good point to have the faster charging. Oh, you're already home. Dang. That is a bummer. The Hyundai Hunter. I'm just imagining trying to rent that out. It sounds stressful to me, having to meet with people and give them the keys to your car and hope that they don't wreck it or hope that they don't mess it up. I don't know. That just sounds stressful. Let's see. Yeah, but I am fascinated to hear Tesla's not getting the first sodium ion batteries, but there's been a lot of talk about those from CATL for a while, who is a very large, very present battery manufacturer. So how those cells age with time, like do they degrade at the same rate as like 2170 cells with nickel and manganese and cobalt, or do they degrade at the same rate as LFP, or maybe somewhere in between? That'll be interesting because sodium, I think, is definitely easier and cheaper to get a hold of than lithium. Would you rather have Apple by Tesla or Twitter from Elon? What? Apple by Tesla? I don't know. I don't think Apple doesn't have enough money in the world to buy Tesla. Tesla's worth too much. So I guess Twitter. I'd like Tesla to basically continue doing what they're doing. Pretty much my only criticisms of Tesla is that I wish they would manage expectations better. I wish that they would be a bit more realistic on timelines, and I wish they wouldn't try to sell me on $15,000 self-driving packages, basically. You split screen to do it on a Notes app, then switch to something else for a second. It left. Dang. It'd be funny to put that 40-year-old car on Turo. Oh, yeah, that Mercedes. That was, yeah, I've noticed that the older cars didn't have the passenger mirror. They could have bought Tesla in 2018, but they chose not to, which is probably a big mistake, but I'm happy with the outcome. I would rather Tesla be independent. Elon was very disrespectful on the phone. No, Tim didn't take the meeting, as far as we can tell. Elon wanted to meet with Tim, and Tim said no. That's as far as we've gathered, but they've since spoken. They seem to be on better terms now. But the report about Elon being rude on the phone was discredited. They said Elon said that wasn't true. So it's one man's word against another. And in that particular case, the journalist had a lot more to gain than Elon did. So I'm a trust Elon on that one. Tim Cook acknowledged in an interview that he had never spoken to Elon a few years ago after that fake article came out. But yeah, Apple who? I think companies, Tesla, other than I think being overly ambitious about robotaxi claims, which mostly come from Elon, I think Tesla's doing a great job. And also, I like that they're not focused on advertising. I think that it's rare to get a company that's more focused on making the product better, making the product more desirable, opposed to a company that wants to keep margins high and is willing to spend more money on advertising to just try to talk more people into buying their car. I like when companies try to act, make the product better, don't just talk about the product being better. Tim and Elon definitely had beef, but they appeared to have squashed them. My friends say an electric car is worse for the climate on Earth than a gasoline car, from building the car in the factory to the end of the lifetime of the car. Let him think that. I don't. Does he want to keep paying for gas for the rest of his life? Go for it. You enjoy your gasoline. You enjoy paying that premium. You enjoy managing all your head gaskets and your transmission failures and your oil changes. If people genuinely want to just keep living with that, I'm not going to fight them. What happens when demand is low is manufacturers are forced to try harder, which maybe investors don't like that because margins aren't as good, but as a content creator / just human being, as a Tesla customer, like, I want the company to try to convince me, and not through advertising. Ads suck. I don't want to watch ads. They're not effective, especially in the automotive industry. The conversion rates are super, super low. Hardly anyone buys a car because they saw a commercial for it. Most people buy a car because of the price, the features, and these days they typically look up reviews of it. Like, if we have more people like your friend Tor that are uninterested in EVs because they think they're bad or expensive or whatever, they've talked themselves out of buying one, then okay, that means the electric vehicle manufacturers like Tesla or like whoever have to try even harder now to lower prices, to reduce margin, or to make the product more desirable, to make basically your friend sound dumber and dumber as days go by. You know, once Model 3s or whatever Tesla you want to call it, Model 2, whatever, once they're now sub $30,000 and you can buy them used or whatever for $25,000 or $20,000, and you're not paying for gas, and you've got an amazing charging network, and you can do all these road trips, and you're driving around for years and years saving all this money, and your friend's going, but it's bad. It's bad for the environment. I don't think anyone who says it's worse for the environment actually cares about the environment, because they've clearly not done much research on it at all. So to me, that's like a scapegoat. It's like they're coming up with an excuse as to why they either don't want to buy it or aren't in a position to buy it. So it's like, if you're in a position where you can't buy a really cool car, it's easy to write up, well, that car's stupid anyway. And I feel like that's their mindset. It's like, well, it's not better for the environment anyway. It's like, okay, thank you, you environmentalist, for continuing to pump gasoline and carbon monoxide into our neighborhoods and streets. Yeah, most people don't buy new cars anyways, but I'm referring to used. As there's an increased supply, there will be more and more used vehicles to choose from. If I was buying my first Tesla today, I wouldn't have bought this car again. I'd buy a used one. When I got this car, new Teslas cost less than used because there was no wait time. But now it's kind of the inverse. I hate car commercials. They're very unrealistic. People don't buy cars unless they want to. That's true. That's a good way of putting it. I hope this becomes a famous saying. They had beef, but now they have squash. Pretty much. Jasmine says, which legacy manufacturer has the potential and drive to ditch gas cars completely first and get ahead of other established brands? I would guess VW seems to be very aggressive about transitioning, as does Ford. Feels like Ford is, like, based on what I know about the T3 project and how they're pumping a lot of money into Blue Oval City, and I've heard interviews from, what's his name, Tom Mahogany or something. Tom interviewed the CEO of Ford, and they said that, like, they're all convinced the future is electric, and they're investing in the communities there to get more kids in schools in favor of battery engineering and mechanical engineering, and they're trying to convince more people to apply for not just Ford, but any auto job and help work in factories and stuff. So I think that VW probably will reach an all-electric lineup the soonest, but Ford as far as like U.S. automakers go, we'll probably also be not far behind. It's like when people say too much soda is bad for you. You know what else is bad for you? Too much sun. That's true, but it's pretty easy. It's relatively easy to avoid soda. It's pretty hard to avoid the sun. And also there's some benefits of sunlight, like vitamin D. I wouldn't say there's that many advantages to drinking soda. I mean, I like soda, but I wouldn't compare the two. You could just not drink soda. It's kind of hard to just not get sunlight. I remember when Mercedes didn't advertise, then along came Lexus, who was a big competitor, then all of a sudden Mercedes started advertising heavily. Well, I guess, but that I wouldn't compare that to the ramp up, like, was Mercedes selling like millions and millions of cars a year? I will stop fighting him. Me and my wife is very glad for a Model Y long range. He had an old Opel Corsa 2001 model. Well, hey, I'm not trying to talk down on people who have older cars. There's nothing wrong with that. If you're not comfortable dropping, even, I know a lot of people that aren't comfortable dropping $20,000-$30,000 on a car because they're just not in a good financial position to do so. I'm not going to try to guilt trip those people into buying EVs. Honestly, most of the people I know that do drive those cars are interested in EVs. They don't hate them, or they don't say like false things about them, like, oh, it's actually not better for the environment. No, they just acknowledge that they're cool, but they're too expensive and they can't justify it at that point in their life, and maybe they will justify it down the road. Which is why I'm all in favor of Tesla lowering prices rather than wasting money on advertising. Okay, maybe Adam's going to fight me. There is an argument to be made for Tesla advertising, educating the people on new prices, savings, though, and all advantages that EVs carry. I disagree. I think that if there are people that don't personally have interest in EVs already, especially, you may have had a point when EVs were young, when EVs were very low volume and not that many people were aware of them. But now that you have the Model Y becoming the best-selling car in the world, best-selling vehicle period in Europe, and best-selling car/SUV in the United States, I think it's kind of dumb to assume that there's people that don't know what a Tesla is. Or if there's people that don't know what a Tesla is, it's because they just haven't watched the right commercial about it. I hate that association that so many people on Twitter are having, that advertising goes hand in hand with educating. It does not. That's not how advertisements work. To me, that's a huge disconnect of what advertising fundamentally is. The most popular commercials are not educational, especially in the automotive space. It's all advertising is reminding people. It's reminding them of brand awareness. And Tesla already gets that every time they deliver a car. They get butts in seats. You see Teslas more and more in more places of the country. There's all across the world, there's more and more of them. People are seeing them and people are asking questions. If they can't take the 2 seconds to look up how much does a Tesla cost, what makes you think that watching a commercial is going to make them feel any differently? And Tesla, as the source of the education or the advertisement, is immediately biased. It's from the company themselves. People don't trust ads inherently. People don't buy cars because they saw a commercial for it. Maybe the commercial reminded them that that brand existed, but then they are the ones who are going to have to go do the research themselves. All these legacy automakers are dropping billions and billions of dollars on ads, and they're all losing market share to Tesla, who's spending nothing on ads. So I don't understand this mindset that Tesla should be more like all these failing automakers. Oh, darn. Okay, Adam's still against it, though. But I'm trying to find someone in the chat that wants to, that's in favor of Tesla advertisement, because I feel very passionately about why that's such a stupid idea. And it fundamentally, for one, I find it kind of degrading that you think that there's just a bunch of stupid people that just don't know about EVs, and that's why they don't buy them. There's a lot of reasons people don't buy EVs, but I don't think that's one of them. I don't think it's, well, they're all $100,000. And also, if that's what they think, if that's truly what they believe, you think a Tesla commercial would change the way they think and believe? They're not, I don't think they're that gullible. Like, if they're at the point where the best-selling car in the world, they refuse to look into it, but they're also in the market, they're willing to spend There's a lot of FUD. There's a lot of people that spew misinformation about EVs, but those are not potential customers. Most of the people spewing FUD are usually the people that don't want to buy those products because either they can't afford them or they just want to be convinced that it's a fad. I agree. It seems like most of you guys do. Some people are stupid and buy because of the ads. I don't think they do. Personally, I haven't seen evidence to back that up because the companies that are spending all this money on advertising, they aren't selling more cars. And all the advertising for automakers is not educational. Remember, you go back at the Super Bowl. Tell me how educational the GM commercial was. It's all about making a joke. It's all about, wouldn't it be funny if Austin Powers with the General Motors commercial, and they don't get into the cost saving. Ads are something that play in the background, but there's so many ads these days, people tune them out. Ads are not an opportunity to educate. Like, the biggest spenders on advertising are like Pepsi and Coca-Cola. All they do are trying to remind you, hey, you know what it is. You should keep buying that. It's not a good place. People keep associating with, that'll educate the public. People are just going to be watching commercials intently with their hands folded like this. Oh, really? What is Tesla? I've never heard of Tesla. Oh, they're actually really affordable? I didn't know that. I'm going to go buy one. Like, why do people think that's how consumers react to ads? They're watching ads all the time. That's not how it works, especially with cars. Cars are such an expensive purchase. It's not like buying Doritos. It's not like buying pizza or something. That's what most advertising is trying to impulse purchase on something. The Tesla, that's a big expense. And especially when Tesla's getting into the 2 million, 3 million, eventually 10, 20 million cars a year. You can't bank on trying to convince more people to spend $50,000 instead of $40,000 because they watched an ad that was really convincing. No, the people that are dismissive of Tesla, that don't believe EVs are the future, are going to say that the ad is wrong. The ad is biased because it's paid for by Tesla. They're going to say, oh, well, they claim it's cheaper, but it's not really because I heard that the tires go out, or I heard that the quality control is really bad. Then what does Tesla do? Oh, okay, now we got to spend more on advertising. So we spend more on advertising that says, actually our quality control is really good. And then they go, no, it's not. So, it's just intentionally going after people that you're not going to reason with. You're not going to convince those people that it's worth it. The only people that are going to watch and appreciate the Tesla commercials are Tesla customers, which you already don't need to sell people on. Ads these days are just trying to associate a product with something cool like a personality. Right. You just get a celebrity that says, I like my Tesla. But here's the thing. You can already do that with a referral program, which Tesla has, and they've kind of turned it off for automotives. I don't know why they don't bring it back, but let us, the content creators or the influencers, whatever you want to call us, we'll do the advertising for free. That's going to be far more convincing and far more valuable than any commercial or any brand deal Tesla can pay for. Looking up a review, hey, I heard about the new Tesla Model 3, Model Y. Is it really good? Are you going to check Tesla's website to see if it's really good? Or are you going to look up a customer review? What does the customers of this product think? That's a lot more valid. The customer's third-party position that's not paid for by Tesla, what they think of the car, that's what most people are going to be looking for, especially when spending that kind of money on a product. And, oh, God. See, I might have to do a whole video on this. We'll probably just summarize this portion of the live stream. What drives me nuts is like, okay, you may have a point of like, oh, there's the market for higher priced Teslas, right? Because a lot of people that are in favor of advertising are saying they don't like all the price cuts. Why does Tesla keep cutting prices? That's going to hurt my gross margin. Oh no. Why don't they just keep prices the same and convince more people? So you're trying to say with that the market for vehicles in the 45, 50, the higher price points, the market is bigger than what Tesla is achieving, and the only problem is education. It's just that there's tons of people buying $50,000, $60,000 cars, but they don't know Tesla exists. I disagree with that, but you may have a point if we were in a situation where there were other cars at the same price as Tesla that were selling better. And that could not be further from the truth. It's the exact opposite. Teslas are the best-selling vehicles, period, but also far best-selling vehicles in their segment. Like, if we cut off the lower-priced vehicles and we just talk about vehicles in the price range that they're currently sitting, Teslas are like 80% market share. They're so much more popular than any other vehicle at that price. So to try to say that, oh, the sales could be better at that higher price point is so disconnected from reality. It's just so untrue. It drives me nuts that I've fought with so many people on Twitter about that they just think that, why does everyone think ads are educational? They're not. Ads are about brand recognition and nudging people, reminding people, go out, buy this again. You've had it before, buy more of it. That's why legacy automakers do it, is because they know that the product's not that different. There's not that many advantages an F-150 has over a Silverado, but they just flash the logo. Just you play the theme song. Built tough. It's just for nudging, and Tesla doesn't need to play that game because they're not like other automakers. I don't want them to be like other automakers. That's how they got where they are today, is by not being like everyone else. But there's all these shareholders that want them to be like everybody else. Ugh. Drives me sick. Yeah, that more people could be buying Coca-Cola, but we just need to educate them on the benefits. The ad of the father going to college in a brand new car. What the ads mostly target old people. Yeah, I don't think the problem is, especially with automotive ads, because most people, again, 99.99999% of people do not buy a car based on advertising. They don't watch a commercial and then go out and buy it. For the most part, most people are not in the market for a car. Typically, they buy a car and hold on to it for 5 to 8 years, usually longer. So targeted advertising is very, very wasted on a product that you buy that rarely. You know, it makes a bit more sense when you're selling like snacks, or you're selling drinks, something that people, food, you know, trying to get people to buy, or an iPhone even. An iPhone is more upgraded and more purchased than a car. So just trying to remind people, hey, there's a new drink, or there's a new Taco Bell deal, or, you know, something more consistent. That's when the conversion rate is much higher. But for something as rarely purchased as a car, the conversion rates are so low. That's why automakers have to spend billions and billions of dollars for it to be worth it. That's why there's so many people in the Tesla community saying, well, just spend a little bit, just spend a couple million on advertising. And it's like, well, then the conversion rate's not going to be worth it. You're not going to make back $1 million in sales off of $1 million in advertising, when the conversion rate is like probably 0.01%, honestly, of the impressions that a car ad gets turned into a sale. Tesla bot overdrive, yeah. Are LFP batteries less vulnerable to catching fire? Yes. In general, all car batteries are less likely to catch fire than a combustion engine is. NHTSA has data on that. EVs, regardless of the battery chemistry, are far less likely to catch fire than a gas car. But even more so, LFP batteries are even less likely than a typical car battery. Cocaine makes me think of LeBron James in the ad with the Hummer. He had a Tesla wall connector in his garage next to the Hummer in the official ad. That's hilarious. Aptera would benefit since they are so odd. No. The people who would benefit from advertising are people with demand issues. People that need more people to buy the product. Aptera couldn't be further from that. Aptera has way more demand than they need right now. They just need investors. They need more people to invest in them so they can buy the proper production equipment. But they've got 41,000 pre-orders. And they're planning at ramp to build like 10,000 a year. Maybe 20,000 in the future. But that means they still have like 2 to 3 years. Even if the first day they start production for Aptera, they would still have like a 2 to 3 year wait time. And that's assuming they don't get any new reservations, which obviously they would. All vehicles sell way better than their pre-orders get, because once the car is out and exists and there's butts in seats and there's people driving it around, that's when more people tend to know about it and start buying it more and start checking it out more. So I think Aptera pre-orders are just a preview of what's to come. If they get all the funding they need and they actually start producing them, there would be a whole new wave of orders, because they were now, okay, this is a real legit company delivering products. But then the next question most people would have is like, okay, how are they doing? What do the customers think? They're not going to care what Aptera's paid commercial would get. Chances are Aptera's going the way of the dinosaur again. I don't think it's likely that they'll go the way of the dinosaur, but honestly, I don't know why that would stop them. Didn't stop them before. They came back. What's to stop them from coming back again? But also they've secured a lot of funding through the accelerator program. That went really well. And they've submitted for federal grants that would cover all of the funding they need to start production. So as far as I can tell, they're in a terrific position to succeed. It's just a matter of time for filling out all the paperwork, and government grants inherently, because they're from the government, don't show up very quickly. But they've talked about it on their LinkedIn page. There's these federal grants for vehicle high efficiency vehicle programs and stuff. So they've applied for those, and they said that they feel hopeful that they're going to qualify for them. So it's going to take longer than we want it to, for sure. I don't know how long it's going to take. They might not secure funding until end of this year. It's going to take a while, but I personally think they're going to make it. I could be wrong. It's a startup. There's always unforeseen problems and things, but I think they will make it to market. And there's other dilemmas, other issues I think they may run into, but I don't think it'll be production. I think that software is likely going to be their biggest hurdle, because it sounds like from the conversations I've had with Aptera that all of their focus right now is on production equipment and hardware, because they just assume software you can fix later. But I think in general, this is a nationwide, like industry-wide problem, not just industry-wide, just like global problem. I think most companies are realizing is that software needs a lot more time and attention than you think. I want Tesla to spend more money on software engineers. They've got the best software in the business, and I still don't think it's good enough. I think there's still a lot of improvements they could make, and there's a lot of things that they should be doing that they're not. I feel the same way about Apple. Apple needs to put bigger emphasis into software stability and reliability. Same way towards Rivian, same way towards Lucid. Aptera, I think, is putting software kind of on the back burner because they've got bigger fish to fry, which is true, but I think that's going to be one of those things they leave on the back burner for too long, and it could cause a lot of complaints for the early adopters, probably software not being what they want it to be. Let's see. Do you see any upside to buying a new gas car? Zero. Absolutely would not buy a new gas car. Honestly, there's very few advantages to buying a new car, period, because you typically spend a lot of money and it depreciates so fast. That's why, in general, I recommend buying cars used, because you save a lot of that depreciation up front by buying it secondhand. But it's easier to justify buying a new electric car because they tend to hold their resale value a lot better. And you get to be the first owner, of course, which there's a lot of advantages to with the battery pack and everything. But the cost of ownership is typically much lower for an electric vehicle. So you can kind of justify spending more on it because you know over the life of the car, it'll cost more in line to what a cheaper gas car would cost. But buying a brand new gas car, basically, I don't see any advantages to that other than, I guess, it's kind of shiny, it's kind of fun, kind of has that new car smell, but I don't like combustion engines, and I've not seen any new gas car that comes close to the simplistic, minimalistic, elegant interior design that Teslas have or any other EV brand may have. And just, I love that there's no start button. Start buttons are so stupid, and there's no key fob. It's just your phone, and you just have this big display. It's so easy to see the navigation. It's so easy to change the radio. You got your dash cam built right into the car, and you can preheat it, and the app is better on the Tesla. I don't know who loves the smell of gasoline. There's probably some people that do. I got coal rolled several times on my road trip where people blow a bunch of smoke in your face. They probably love the smell of gasoline, but the advantage to buying a gas car is if you are enthusiast and want a very specific kind of experience. For example, last year I bought a new manual Miata. It's great. So I guess the advantage to buying a new gas car is if you want a new gas car, you will have a new gas car. Wow. Yeah, I think the sooner you get off of that interest or hobby, the better, because that industry's going the way of the dinosaur, quite literally. Why isn't the presidential motorcade electric? Well, there's a lot of problems with our government, and that's not high on my list of problems. I like Chevy Suburbans. Chevy Suburbans are cool in my opinion, but it ain't the future. Well, they're just wasteful. I'm sure there will be an electric version of it someday, but it's going to require a massive battery pack, and it probably won't have very good range. So the more you push, I don't think most people need to move 8 people in a single vehicle the majority of the time. Those don't appear to be the best-selling cars. That's probably for a reason. Electric presidential motorcade would cost a lot of money. That's true. The president doesn't like spending a lot of money. Oh, wait. But will gas cars go the way of the iPod? Yes. Yes, they will. And I look forward to that day. I'm very excited for that day. I think by 2035, there will be next to zero new gas car sales. It will be very, very low. There will still be a lot of used gas cars on the road. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that gas cars will be all gone. Can carry 8 people with storage. Best car ever. Then how come every Suburban I see on the road has 2 people in it? I'm saying wasteful in terms of energy consumption. It's horribly unaerodynamic. It chugs through fuel, spewing out carbon monoxide. Yeah, it kills lots of people and causes more lung disease. Best car ever. Yeah, I love it. No. You could fit 7 people in a car that uses probably 1/10 the energy. I'm thinking of a 7-seater Model Y. And maybe it's a little bit crowded, but again, most cars don't have 7 people in them. There will eventually be a lightweight, fully electric Miata that is as fun to drive as the ICE one, but that car doesn't exist right now. Yeah. So I would advocate to wait. I'm sorry, like Jasper, I appreciate you watching, but you're not going to convince the EV channel guy to admit any kind of gas car purchase is a good idea, or at least a new one. The only gas car purchase I deem as acceptable is you're buying the cheapest possible gas car you can so that you can save money before your upgrade to the next EV. What if you have a big family? How big you talking here? So 6 kids? If you have 6 kids, then yeah, I guess, but most people aren't having 6 kids. I'll say, okay, in that one specific scenario, do you have 6 children? Or more than 6 children? That's the weird thing, though. It's like, okay, if you're going for 8 seats, that's a very specific family size. They have 6 kids, but not 7. I don't know. I feel like once you get past the 5-kid mark, it starts to keep going. Once the family keeps growing by that point, yeah, okay, they have friends. Okay, what if you need 9 people? Now the Chevy Suburban's not good enough. It's like, okay, if you've got 5 kids and you want to move friends around, you're probably just going to have to get, like, a Sprinter van, or you're going to be driving more than one car to move people around. 8 is just such a precise seating number. I don't think that inherently unlocks a bunch of things that 7-seaters don't already unlock. R1S, I think, is the closest you've got. As a hobby, it's all right. People still buy horses today. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend that either, to be honest. But that's, again, this is the Aptera fanboy here, okay? This is the EV channel. You're not going to convince me saying, well, I guess in that case no, it doesn't. You're buying the cheapest possible gas car you can as you prepare for the electric transition. You get 2 Suburbans, it will be a convoy, or you could just have 2 5-seaters and have 10 seats. It'll probably cost a lot less and use a lot less energy. I know the margins, a new Cybertruck production update. Anything new worth mentioning? That's pretty much it, yeah. He's a Model Y owner who does videos on modding and experience with his Y. No, I haven't caught that one. But I like watching EV content. I watch a lot. What's his name? Tessie Vibes. Why would anyone get 2 Suburbans? I don't know why anyone would get 1 Suburban, but I guess if you got 1 and you really liked it, maybe get 2. I don't know. It's just... There's no data to point to that vehicle being practical, I guess. The birth rate is declining. People are having less kids than they are before. Different discussion whether or not you think that's a good or a bad thing. But there's less big families than there were before. Elon has 10 kids, so yeah, he couldn't fit them in the Suburban either. That wouldn't be good enough. So, don't buy a Suburban, Elon. Elon rides around in a Model Y, I think, for the most part, which is the best-selling car. Any one of 2 specific things during the earnings call that stuck out to you? Basically, nothing really stuck out other than Cybertruck delivery event in September. That's cool. Gave us a fairly concrete, not really concrete, but fairly firm timeline. Let's put it at that. Not something they'll probably stick to. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it gets pushed back, but somewhat of a firm timeline on the Cybertruck delivery event, and they doubled down that they will continue to let margins fall in favor of more vehicles being delivered, which I'm in favor of because that supports the mission statement. So if you're in favor of supporting the mission statement, then you're not as interested in how profitable is the business. You're more focused on, is the business delivering more EVs? Is it transitioning more people to electric? Let's see. He does have a lot of kids. 2 Suburban. It'll be out and out rocket, the weight, the battery, same motors because the weight, not much too. I support the current thing. I'm not trying to convince you that any ICE car is worth it. I'm just saying there are use cases where an ICE car makes sense, like a purely recreational car where you'd like to shift gears. I don't really consider that a use case. I think that's just more of a personal nostalgia. That's a toy, in my view. It's not about being practical. It's just about having fun with it because you have some nostalgia, you have some memories with it. And yeah, to me, that's kind of like a different market. That's not what we're really talking about with vehicle purchasing. That's just collecting. It's like people who collect watches or people who ride horses. They're not doing it because it's an effective form of transportation. They're doing it for fun. That's a hobbyist mindset, not a use case in my head. Sales of new gasoline cars was only 1% in Norway. Sales of new electric cars was 87%. Rest was hybrid cars. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a lot easier when there's hardly any people in your country. But yeah, that's what I think a lot of the world is headed to. Norway also tends to have a lot of money. What's the Norway population? I'm curious. 5.4 million. Wow. There's more people in New York City than all of Norway. Did you know that? Is it really worth the upgrade from black to white interior? I really like the white one, but I feel like paying for the color is kind of dumb and the visual space difference between them that substantial. It's probably, if you have to ask, it's probably not worth it. I would just say don't do it if you're second guessing yourself, because eventually you're just going to use it as a car and you're not really going to be thinking about which interior choice you got. But the main reason we got white, we did really love it. We checked out a black interior and checked out a white interior, and we definitely thought the white interior looked much better. But we also got the car sooner, and we were planning a road trip at the time. So we wanted to get the car as soon as we possibly could. And none of the other, because we knew we wanted the rear-wheel drive. We wanted the lithium iron phosphate. White interiors do not get more dirty than black interiors do. I could tell you from firsthand experience, what gets the dirtiest in this car is not the seats. It is the black plastic on the floor. And that's where your shoes are walking around with dirt and treading dirt into the car. I notice it. I've been in black Teslas many, many times. And I've been in my car even more. And the white seats collect the least amount of dirt out of everything in here. It's the black plastic that collects the most dirt. I just wanted to get the car a little bit sooner, so we opted for the white because we liked the look of it, and there was no other option we could get on the LFP Model 3 that we liked. Like the sport wheels ate into your efficiency, and they costed more than the white interior. So I was like, okay, I want to spec it up just on something so we can get it sooner. And the white interior was something we really liked, but we were kind of on the fence about it. There's nothing wrong with the black interior, but don't say the white interior is not worth it because the seats are harder to clean. That's not true. No, I'm not talking about the floor mats. I'm talking about like the plastic along the sides and the door, like the door sill, the bottom parts of the door where the speaker grill is and stuff. All down there is what collects all. We have floor mats, but your feet bump into things outside of the floor mat too. Oh God. Renting a Suburban from Hertz or Enterprise? That sounds horrible. That sounds like the worst possible way to have a road trip. I'm so glad I took my Tesla on the last road trip. No, they're not hard to keep clean. I didn't put anything on the seats. They look great too. By far the most non-issue I ever experienced. I was a little bit worried. I thought maybe they'll collect a lot. No. Biggest problem is the black plastic along where your feet rest. That gets dirtier faster than anything. The white seats I hardly ever clean, and they still look great. God, sorry. I'm just feeling a little sick after seeing him suggest renting a Suburban. Ugh. I think the Polestar white interior with yellow-orange seatbelts looks the best. Unfortunately, Tesla doesn't have that option. Well, this is the next best thing. I don't know. Orange seatbelts seems a little much, just kind of a bit of an accent, but that's probably something you could modify if you really want an accent like that. It's more Norwegian American living in the USA than lives in Norway. Oh, really? There's more Norwegian Americans in the United States than there are Norwegian. That's fascinating. You're saying secondhand Tesla with white interior has higher chance of being clean than black? No, I'm just saying all Teslas get dirty in the same place, and the white one doesn't collect it any more so than the black one. If it was ventilated seats, the little holes would collect some, but it's still a non-issue. I haven't checked on a white ventilated seat from Tesla, but all I can say is I haven't cleaned these in months, and they still look great. We'll have to fuel for a while. So you can't even get out of it for a while? Yeah, you just spend... How much did that cost you? How much does it cost to rent a Suburban and pay for gas over the course of an 800-mile drive? I'd love to hear that price. You probably have to drive it yourself, too. What car do you think Tim Cook drives? I doubt he drives. He probably gets driven around by someone. But yeah, I do love the white interior, but I'm not trying to convince you that it's a must-have. I'm just trying to say don't not buy it because you think it gets dirtier. That's not true. Don't buy it because it's cheaper. Now there's no delivery timeline difference whether you get white or black. So there's $60 a day. Oh no. No. I don't think that's true at all. You're not telling me the Suburban has a 800-mile range, are you? How big is the gas tank in a Suburban? So what, the rental company pays for the gasoline? Oh, God. I'm so grateful I've never been in one. I've seen them driven by a lot. Oh, disgusting. Yeah, I did see that Cybertruck pick in the snow. It was beautiful. Yeah, I'm low-key debating doing a video just on the timeline just because we got some new pictures. There wasn't too much to give away by it, but yeah, it's cool to see some actual progress being made. I mean, this is not like a super concrete Cybertruck update, but this is basically as close as it's going to get. What do you mean the white interior doesn't get dirty? I didn't say it doesn't get dirty. I'm just saying the white seats are not what collects dirt. It's the black plastic along the bottom. All Teslas get dirty in the same amount. People have this theory that because it's white, it somehow attracts more dirt, and that's not true. You think we'll make... Okay, so it takes 24 to 32 gallons. All right, 30 gallons. Let's do an average. Okay, I'll round down to help you out a little bit. Let's say 28 gallons. And where I went, it was $4 a gallon. Jeez, over $112 to fill it up. So I would have to pay that 4 times to do what I did in my Tesla. So that'd be $240 worth of gasoline plus $60 a day for renting the... Yikes. No, gross. That would be far more expensive and far less enjoyable. Much harder to park. Who do you think will make the first 25K EV car in Europe? VW, Tesla. I mean, the Chevy Bolt is practically already there. Probably VW with the ID2. If you're counting the used market, maybe Tesla, but many immigrants to the USA in the 1800s started the 1900s because of poor conditions in Norway that time. That's history now. Oh, yeah. Oh, and the new ones do like 13 miles per gallon? Jeez. That's like Hummer level of fuel consumption. Gosh. John Abel says, quick opinion on the earnings. I was happy with them. The margin, I knew would take a little bit of a hit, but it wasn't too bad. I like that they didn't buy into anyone suggesting they should advertise, because I'm against Tesla advertising. And I like that they provided some Cybertruck news and doubled down on the timeline and showcased the pilot line being worked on, and they gave us a new photo. It would have been nice to get some real concrete specs, but I knew they weren't going to do that during an earnings call. Elon doubled down and said, we're going to reveal all that at a delivery event later. So we have a bit more of a rigid timeline to expect to. Oh, Chevy Bolt doesn't count. No one wants that. Well, who wants the VW ID2? How many road trips do you take a year? Oh, at least 4 or 5, easily. And I would rather take my own car than rent some horrible, giant, ugly car like that. No, Model 3 is great for road trips. I just did one. I just drove 2,000 miles in it, dude. I'm not gonna rent. I had that car on the road trip for how many days was that? 8 days on the last one. So 8 times 60. That's $480 in rental fees, and then we figured out earlier $240 in gas. So it would have cost $700 for me to rent a Suburban on that trip. Heck no. Maybe you've already answered this, but do you personally think there will be lower prices in Europe, and if so, by how much? I would just check the inventory levels. I wonder if Matt Jung does Europe. I think it's mostly U.S. Oh yeah, he does. I think up here. If we go to the Europe section, Model 3 and Y, seems like inventory is growing, but kind of on the decline, probably because of the price drops. Yeah, I think there's by the end of the year there might be another price drop. Yeah, I don't know. It probably won't be that massive, but yeah, you could you could buy a lot of things with that kind of money. No, thank you. I fit everything. I fit 2 tripods, several suitcases, Easter supplies, backpacks, and cameras, laptops, luggage, everything I fit in the Model 3. Used a fraction of the energy so I didn't pollute the earth and put more carbon monoxide in people's lungs. My charging cost on the trip was about $120 for all the supercharging, which is, what is it? Like, times, let's see, 5, that's about 1/6 what it would have cost to rent a Suburban. All right, go ahead and enjoy your Suburban, but don't expect any support of it here. This is an EV channel, sir. We're gonna spit on your Suburban any chance we can. So it was definitely cheaper than flying, that's for sure. You've got relatives in the state of Minnesota. Interesting. That's kind of where my family stemmed from. Yeah, not bad at all. I hope you enjoy polluting the earth more and putting more carbon monoxide in people's lungs with your Suburban. The last price cut in Europe was last week. I think Tesla will lower the price in Europe, especially for the 3, in coming weeks/months until Project Highland goes official. Probably. They got to sell out of inventory. Before they drop Highland, they'll probably get the prices really, really low. 14 miles per gallon, but I have a Cybertruck on order. Hopefully the price is reasonable. I hope so. Enjoy. That I thought probably a bigger takeaway I didn't mention is that Elon said the Cybertruck is a Hall of Famer type product, and that it won't disappoint you at all. Dang, how is that possible? How could someone say something won't disappoint you in any way? Really? I'm still doubtful that the range will be as good as they think, but let's see. I don't care that you don't care about the environment. I'm just going to point out at any chance you can that there are consequences to driving gas and that they affect people's lives and their personal health. You can say what you want about the environment, but lung disease is a thing. Carbon monoxide exists. It causes issues. Big claims. Very big claims. I bet you care about cost. Yeah, I definitely care about cost. I know a lot of people that are interested in EVs that don't care about the environment, but definitely not renting out Suburbans. Oh my God. It will disappoint me because it won't be sold in Europe probably. Yeah, you're probably right. I think he's making a little... Can we sue Elon for claiming that there won't be any disappointment? It's already probably going to be a 5-seater, not a 6-seater, so... Yeah. That's right. People like me that want a cleaner atmosphere so that people have less lung disease. We really exist. Sorry. Feel free to dislike and leaves. I would be disappointed if the prices were more than what it was unveiled. Yeah, I almost feel like that's a guarantee, but I also feel like we probably won't get pricing at the delivery event, similar to 4680 Model Y, no pricing there. Tesla Semi event, no pricing there. Why would the Cybertruck be any different? I don't know. Maybe because there's just more eyes on it, I suppose. I guess. But, We'll have to wait and see. Luckily, I'll be back by then. I'll be out of the country for several months later, but I should be back by the time they do their delivery event. Randy's probably right. Randy has a very good track record of being right on timelines and stuff. And Randy said that they're not going to launch it until 2024. So maybe we'll get a delivery event in December. We'll see. 4680 Model Y wasn't that much available in semis for business only. Well, you could make the same argument. Cybertruck wasn't that much available either. Very low supply, and they said limited production this year. If Tesla puts a bench seat in the bed like 70 station wagons, I'd love to see the safety ratings on that. Well, hey guys, I've been live for about 4 hours and 20 minutes, which feels like the right time to call it. But I appreciate you guys for tuning in, and I hope you have an excellent rest of your day. Take care all. Bye-bye.